Hold on here, maybe we're working on it. Nope, not brake. Ingest. There we go. Alright, folks, so we're going to get started here. I think we might have an overperforming snowstorm. Let me hold on while I check audio here. Ingest. There we go. Alright, folks, so we're going to get started here. I think we might have an overperforming snowstorm. Let me hold on while I check that. Alright, audio might be a little bit goofy for a second here while we work on getting something figured out. Test a couple of settings here and see how it goes. You're going to hear that echo in the background while I listen to myself for a moment. Test a couple of settings here to see how it goes. You're going to hear that echo in the background. Hold on here, guys. Folks, so I'll give all the details to all the questions in the chat here. I want to just give me like 5 minutes, because what happens if I start answering stuff too soon is I end up repeating myself about 55 times. So let's just wait a few moments here for some more folks to join in, and then we'll get to all the what ifs and what's going on and all that. So just give me a moment here, folks, so we can get everybody in that wants to be in here to hear it. That makes any sense. But I'm expecting this to be an overperforming snowstorm. National Weather Service, I'm really confused, because National Weather Service in Milwaukee for this area here has mentioned likely higher snow liquid ratios, which basically means that our models, and I'm not going to go in depth too much on this, but our weather models, like primarily what we're looking at, goes off a 10-to-1 ratio.
Engine Black Earth Fire Town of Mazamani to 10783 Amendo Road off Highway Y in Beckman. Got a mutual aid requesting fire for search. Your channel assignment will be B. Baker for Black Earth Fire. I'm on 44.
What I was saying is a lot of our models, we're running a 10-to-1 snow ratio. Well, if we're looking at possibly 16 to 20 to 1, well, then that means that our models are going to be underestimating snowfall. But yet they put that in the forecast discussion, but they don't up the totals. So I don't know what's going on with that. So I don't know if somebody's asleep at the wheel, or if they know something that I'm not picking up on, but I would not be surprised if we're on the higher end of snow totals today. We could have some lake effect enhancement over by Milwaukee as well. I honestly don't even have a plan. We're just going to go ahead and try to get into, I guess, some of the heavier snow for now. There's absolutely, originally I was going to go, to like Kansas City or something, but there's no reason to go anywhere but here if it's occurring here, And it just started, so it's going to be a little while before we start getting, heavy accumulating snow. Folks, the location's at the top left of the screen there. I totally understand everybody wanting to know where I am, but in the past 2 minutes, everybody's been asking that. The reason I don't verbally answer that frequently is because otherwise I end up being a broken record. And when you're sitting in a car alone by yourself all day, it gets really, really tiresome repeating over and over. So it is up there in the top left. We are in southern Wisconsin, and that'll update as we drive around here. I'm just trying to get some stuff started here. Hold on, my Starlink's not heating, so it's not working very well. I need to make sure it's heating. Yeah, it's really dumping out here, guys. It just started snowing. When I woke up 2 hours ago, there was nothing on the ground at all. Nothing at all. would expect just a general, you know, I guess like 5 to 8 inches across the area today. And, you know, I know that's pretty vague, folks, but I can't really do like the whole forecasting thing while I'm driving down the road. Go check Twitter and Facebook. I posted some snowfall maps over there. Go look at that here if you're interested in more specifics. I did edge on the higher side of the totals because I really think that this is going to be an overperformer. I really do. I don't see why it wouldn't at this rate. You know, we've got a heavy snow rate. I know it doesn't really show very well on camera. This camera just doesn't pick this stuff up very well, but we've got a heavy snow rate here.
Brittany says valid, no lawn subject.
Settings here. I'm gonna switch back to the other mic for a second and see if I can figure out why that's doing that. So you're gonna hear a little bit of audio echo here. There's nothing I can do. That's because I'm listening to myself. So there's no need to report on that. Just a second here. That's doing that. So you're gonna hear a little bit of audio echo here. There's nothing I can do. That's because I'm listening to myself. So there's no need to report on that. Well, we will. I've got some mic gain settings here that I can. So we just switched back over to, yeah, weird. Well, I'll be doing some investigating on that. I'm not entirely sure why that's happening like that. But this is not my preferred audio source, but this will work for now. It's happening like that. Oh yeah, the keyboard drivers, they'll be here. We'll tell them right where to go here when they show up. But yeah, I've got audio settings here, and I just don't know where to go in and change them. That's all right. It's not raining. The external mic is really super important. Just using the internal mic now, but the external mics are super important when it's raining and we have the rain hitting the windshield. Otherwise, all you hear is the rain. So we don't have that today, so I'm not too worried about it. But I tell you what, after the stream, I'm going to figure it out. Because I had it working really nicely on our last stream a couple days ago. I don't know what happened. I must have screwed up a setting somewhere. But right now, I think I'm going to head over toward Janesville. We've got we're in a winter weather advisory right now. We could split the difference. We could go west and get into the winter storm warnings across Iowa, or we can go east and get into the winter storm warnings in Milwaukee. And I'm kind of splitting the difference right now, guys, because I don't know what's right. You know, I would like to go out into Iowa, because the advantage of going out into like Iowa is you've got you know, more open flat plains for the snow to kind of blow around and be more of a nuisance. But we could also go over to Milwaukee and see what happens over there with like 9 inches of snow. So I'm kind of just playing the middle game right now, because there's really not a lot of snow in any of these areas just yet. So we'll just kind of screw around here in the middle until, I guess, we start getting a better idea of what to do, I guess. One thing we need to kind of be mindful of here too is the Weather Service had in their discussion that if we had these large snowflakes, it would probably be an indicator of an overperforming snowfall event. We do. The snowflakes are really big right now, so we might have an overperforming event on our hands, guys. I kind of am thinking so.
Stand by.
Hey, thanks Andreas for your super chat as always. Second. A new streaming system here. I'm just trying to learn what I'm doing with it. Adaptive expert. What that means. Ah, that's why. Okay. Just found out why we're dropping out here and there.
43, go ahead.
It's a connection priority issue.
I think David, Edward, Nora, Idaho.
It should help. Hold on a second. That should balance that out.
Boy, Robert, Young, Adam, Nora, middle initial.
All right, so fun fact about where we're at right now. This is the intersection. Some of you guys might remember it. February 8th of last year. There's nobody behind me. I'll sit here for a second. There was literally a tornado like right here. Off to the left is Evansville, where that tornado went through. And I didn't see it at the time, but you guys caught it. I was sitting right here, and there was a power flash or a lightning strike or something like right about there, and the tornado, there was a really big cone tornado back there. I didn't see it, but you guys did. That was this intersection here. Let me turn this connection priority off. I think I might have just solved some problems there. Hang on. We're in an area right now where there's like no cell signal. This is just a bad spot for cell signal in Wisconsin. Oh, let's see. Let me take a look at radar real quick. Again, there's nobody behind me. There is some heavier snow off to the south and southwest. Oh, it looks like I screwed the radar scene up for some reason. Sorry about that. Real quick while I'm looking at this, let's take a look at the SPC, folks. Remember, there is an enhanced risk for tornadoes. Oh, there it went back. An enhanced risk potentially for tornadoes down there in Mississippi and Alabama. I would love to be down there, but it's just really hard, both from a financial and from a viewer standpoint. Potentially for tornadoes. When we've got, you know, a pretty significant snow event happening literally in my backyard, so kind of obligated to cover that as well. But I think radar just woke up for us. You can see there on radar that we do have some heavier snow just off to our south and off to our southeast. Now this doesn't show the entire picture of snow. You can see there on radar. Because the radar only goes out so far, and we're using a radar site in Milwaukee there. So there is snow off to the west. It's just it's not being picked up by the radar because it's getting out of range. If you're on Radar Omega, you didn't see any of that. Sorry, but the YouTube viewers, you guys did. Oh, what do you think? I think I want to just go to. Let's just go toward Janesville. Let's go up through Evansville because that highway is probably going to be more of a mess, and then we'll just go through Janesville. I do have a new roof camera, folks. several $100s later, we have a new roof camera. The roof camera that I had on the roof, obviously, what a stupid comment that was. The roof camera that I've been using for the past 2.5 years, well, 2 years about, isn't going to work with my streaming system. My new streaming system is it's not going to work. So I had to go think a little bit outside the box. I'm still going to be able to turn it. I'm going to use the same mount that I engineered, and I won't give away the plan. I get asked all the time for people wanting me to tell them how I built this mount. I won't. This was a Daniel Shaw and Vince Welty collab, and I'm not going to give away our secret here, because we put a lot. Well, especially Daniel. But there's been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears put into this mount that spins the camera. Nothing better on the market. It's all hand built. In fact, we could probably sell it and get rich off of it, but we want to keep it to ourselves. But I have a different camera that can be put on there, so I can't test it right now because I don't have the. Long story short, I need to waterproof the the power supply cable on it, and it's not dry yet. It will be soon, but I do have it in the car, so from time to time I'm just gonna switch over to it and just make sure that it functions. But it might be a little bit better of a camera than what I had up there. The colors are a little bit nicer. It also doesn't seem to be as kind of soft looking. It looks a little more crisp, so I'm kind of interested to see that. Plus, we'll be able to get true 60 FPS from it too, instead of just 720/30. So I had to make some of these upgrades because we've got to have the best stream on the market. And I tell you what I ended up with is it's really the cat's meow here when it comes to what it is. I mean, you can go out there and spend thousands of dollars on systems that are made to do that, but they're not good. They're not rugged. They're not. And I'm not going to go spend $4,000 or $5,000 on a piece of junk camera when I can, spend about $600 on a camera and, my custom mount solution, and we're good to go. And it provides better quality, in my opinion. So, really happy to have made that upgrade here, if you want to call it that, forced upgrade. But the reason I'm doing this all now is because once May comes around, we ain't gonna have time to do it. We're gonna be running all over. So we can also, like, obviously, we can even switch. We can switch front camera now. Well, I don't have that one on, but I've got a multi-camera system here, and it's pretty cool. I'm pretty proud of it. Guys, we're probably going to hit a dead zone here. Evansville doesn't have any cell phone service, it seems like, and Starlink's kind of obstructed by trees. So looks like Verizon's hanging in there a little bit for us, though. I get asked about the how to make the camera spin on the roof all the time, and it's no offense to anybody. I don't want to give that out for free because it's something it's been years. It's been years, guys, years in the making, especially between the two of us. And I don't feel like just because somebody comes up with an idea and builds it, I don't feel like that it should just automatically be open source and you should be required to give it to everybody. That's kind of what a lot of storm chasers have said, that apparently by me not giving everybody the answers to that mount, this guy's just literally going to walk right out in the crosswalk, even though I about slid through it. Okay, well, he's lucky he didn't get, or she, I'm honestly not 100% sure, so I probably shouldn't assume, but he's lucky I didn't slide through that. Probably get canceled for that too. But anyway, the comments that have been made, what I just respectfully decline to give the answers out, is always like, well, for public safety, you need to give that out so we can all see tornadoes better, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, I don't think my camera has anything to do with public safety. So, but no, the reason I don't do it, guys, is like, I don't know, maybe call me a stingy business person, but I work really hard for what I do, and I barely scrape by. I mean, I've got a family, kids, a lot of these guys and kids out here, they're college kids. They live at home with their parents. They don't have a single bill to pay in the world. They can come up with their own thing. I'm not out here to work for the competition, so to speak. That's why I won't do the Ryan Hall or any of this stuff. Nothing against those guys, but
I'm not out here to do these collaborations where all I'm doing is giving my answers to other people. Like, that's not, I don't think that makes any sense. But I do have some interesting developments coming for the future of this channel, though. We'll talk about those a little bit later. I had a long phone call last night about some projects that we're going to be doing on the channel, and I'm pretty excited because this will give the opportunity for a lot of you guys to see kind of the behind the scenes of how some of the equipment works. Not necessarily, you know, like my streaming equipment, but when it comes to like remote cameras and field equipment and field projects, it's going to give you guys a lot of insight into that. And one of the things we've been trying to come up with to make this a viable solution for the channel and our partner is I need to make it, you know, we need basically, even just me, myself, you know, we need something to do when it's slow, right? Because like sitting for 2-3 weeks when nothing's happening, that's not good for my business. You know, we got to be out there turning wheels to make dollars. So this will give us a way, you know, hey, when it's slow, we can kind of live stream building some of this equipment and you know, making plans on how to deploy this and really give you guys some insight into it. And that kind of goes into, you know, what the super chat goals have been for. You know, I don't really talk about what the super chat goals are very often. I know a lot of streamers in general are just all about, you know, hey, let's reach our goals, super chat, cash app, blah, 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 whatever. I see that on Twitch a lot, where people are just kind of like, you feel like they're kind of begging. I know that's not what they're doing, but that's kind of the vibe you get. I don't do that because this is a business. I can't do that or I'll lose the respect of everybody. But I'm explaining so you guys know what this stuff goes to. The super chat goal, all that stuff, guys, that's going to help this channel purchase and fund these projects, because we've got some serious stuff we want to do this year with live streaming, remote cameras, and dumping a camera and a hail core and really neat stuff like that. But this stuff all costs a lot of money. You know, it costs me, you know, $45 to go 350 miles in this car. You know, we might go 1,200 miles in a day on some crazy day. You know, it gets expensive, and hotels are expensive, and food's expensive, and gas is expensive, and equipment's expensive. You know, I just had to go out and buy a new iPhone 16 Pro Max to help with the stream. That's $1,300, and I had to get that phone because it's the only one that'll run the stuff with the thermals. And it's just, there's constantly money going out, and the income doesn't always match that, so it's really hard to do this. So that's where all of your super chats go toward, is running this business. I'm not going out and funding our family with this. I mean, to a point, yes, but we don't have freaking Teslas and Audis and whatever. You know, we drive 10-year-old vehicles. You know, we rent a house. You know, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But we don't have a $2,000 mortgage. You know, we skimp on groceries. Like, we kind of, you know, this is kind of a family thing here. You know, Nikki's involved too behind the scenes, and I'm by no means soliciting or asking for any sort of super chats or PayPal or anything today. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just trying to explain. You know, like, this is why I take a very careful approach to this, because, you know, folks, if I was getting super chats and all this crap and I didn't have any bills other than my car and my gas, and I lived at home rent-free and didn't have anything to do, which there's nothing wrong with it. That's how people want to do it, fine. And I'm not singling anybody out. It's just kind of a stereotype out here with a lot of chasers. But, you know, I would be able to probably do a lot on this channel the way I can't, but I have to pay bills too. And, you know, our electric's high. You know, I have to pay like $300 a month in fuel because we got an old-ass furnace. You know, and diesel, well, probably about $250 a month in diesel just to keep the fucking house at 60 degrees. So, you know, I'm not trying to pity. You know, this is not a pity party. I'm just explaining that this is not, you know, we're not getting rich out here. There's a misconception by a lot of these media weather brokers have kind of attacked myself and some others out here, claiming that we're out here getting rich, and we're not. I don't think anybody's out here getting rich off of this. But the best way, and this is the only advertisement I'll put in here, the best way to support this channel is actually going directly to our website, seethestorm.net, and supporting via the PayPal link, because there's no like royalties or commissions taken out of that. But we do seriously appreciate and obviously encourage our super chatters and our channel members. Actually, being a channel member is one of the best ways too. We appreciate you folks over here as well. So thank you everybody for supporting the channel. Be sure to like the stream, hit the subscribe button. We've got a lot of cool stuff coming this year, and I really think this is going to be something really neat that you guys are going to like. So, and if it's a total failure, then we're all going to fail together. Yeah, you still have 3 cars in the fucking driveway. Well, actually, Wiley, you're probably Riley, but we've actually got 5 cars in the driveway. 2 of them don't run. One of them needs about $2,500 worth of work, and the other one that does run needs about $1,300 worth of work. So since apparently I'm a rich piece of shit now, we're going to go over this because I love nothing more than just roasting trolls. So there's a 2013 Ford Explorer in the driveway. That needs a power steering rack. That's going to be about $2,500 worth of work. It's hanging on. My Tahoe, that's a 2009 Chevy Tahoe with 257,000 miles on it. That's got a rear main leak, and it needs I think the rear end needs rebuilt. It's got a lot of lash in there, but it's nothing serious, but that needs to be done. The other vehicle is a 2015 Ford Edge. That's got 227,000 miles on it. It needs an engine for probably $5,000. My other truck, a 2020 Chevy Tahoe with 210,000 miles on it, needs an engine for probably about $6,000. So before you come in here and tell me that I have 3 fucking cars in the driveway, first of all, get your facts straight. There's 5 cars in the driveway. But if you're going to come in here and start with that, I really don't think you're barking up the right tree there, kiddo. Because what's my 2020 Tahoe worth without running? $5,000, baby. What's my 2009 Tahoe worth? Like $500. It's got over a quarter. It's literally driven. It's basically got enough miles to drive to the moon. It's got enough miles that could have driven to the moon. And it's what, 14 years old? 15 years old? Ish. What's a 2013 Explorer with 130,000 miles on it that needs a power steering rack worth? $1,000? What's a 2015 Ford Edge with over $250,000 miles on, with almost $250,000 miles on it that needs an engine worth? $200 maybe? Oh, and a rear end. That needs a rear diff unit. That car is actually going to go bye-bye. I got to get rid of that thing. But yeah, so before you come in here and want to argue with me, I really recommend getting your facts straight, because you guys think Joe Rogan... Dude, turn! Crying out loud. You guys think Joe Rogan or Ben Shapiro are bad. You try to argue with me, that's a hill you ain't going to get up. No, it needs a power steering rack, folks. Like it's thousands of dollars of work. It's an electric rack. Unfortunately, it sucks. It really does. But yeah, that's what I think about coming in here and thinking you're hot shit and basically being wrong. And really, I don't think anybody should worry about what's in my driveway. That's kind of my personal business, don't you think? Yeah, I would love an 03 Tahoe. Yeah, if I could find an 03 Tahoe that's not a rusted out piece of junk up here, I'd love to have something like that, because they just don't die. Yeah, is this the hill you want to die on, people? Yeah, no kidding. Real barking up the wrong tree there, kiddo. I tell you what, though, the older Tahoes and the older Chevys are good. Like my 09 Tahoe, I almost had to take it this morning. My battery was dead on this. I think I left the parking lights on, and the hood was froze shut. So I thought I was going to have to take my Tahoe, which is not 4-wheel drive, which would have been okay. This isn't like, we probably would have been all right with it, just stay on the pavement, you know. But I almost took my Tahoe this morning because I wasn't doing it, and I couldn't jump start this thing because I couldn't open the hood. But there's a power point in the back for like equipment, so I was able to run a set of jumper cables through the door and back there and get it charged up that way. So yeah, I almost said screw it. That's true. I do my own work on the vehicles too, and that's what a lot of these cute little haters that are living in their parents' basement or have never had a girlfriend before in their life, I probably can't say that because I get canceled for that because I assume that they're male, and that's, you can't assume anything anymore. People yell at you, but seriously. But they sit in their basement and they think they're hot shit, and they sit there and they play their little storm chasing video games and argue on Discord, and then they come over here. And what they don't realize is I put a lot of physical labor into what I do, and I bust my back and absolutely bust my body apart working on my own vehicles, and think that, you know, everything I have is a handout when I've worked damn hard for everything I've had in life. So once they're 18 and they or 21 or old enough to drink or whatever, and they get a real job, mom and dad kick them out, they get a real job and they realize what you got to do in this world to survive, they'll stiffen up a little bit and they'll be well-rounded individuals. But unfortunately, until that point, there's just no way around it. They're just going to be crappy people, I guess. Kind of like the whole Andy Hill thing. I don't tolerate any of that bullying and shit. Stop yapping, dog. I think that's really kind of gross to call somebody dog and spell it wrong. So you could probably get screwed, Samuel. Sorry. That's just like really childish, but whatever. Tahoes are reliable SUV. Even the newer ones, I agree with that. Even the newer ones are fairly easy to work on. The problem is these new ones are just having problem after problem after problem with every freaking thing. It's getting ridiculous. You know, like my new Tahoe, like that thing needs a freaking motor. I mean, it sucks that I don't have the money for it. You know, $5,000-$6,000. I just don't have it. If I had the money, I'd go fix it right now. But I'm probably not going to have the money until April, May, you know, when we start getting busier. And it sucks, but it is what it is. I mean, there's no sense in getting rid of it for something else, because it's a pretty damn, it's a good truck. It's had a lot of, you know, I've done a lot of work to it. Basically, rear end transmission ×2. The whole front end is brand new. You know, it's a nice truck for what it is. So it just doesn't make any financial sense to dump it, you know, as is for $2,000-$4,000 as a mechanic special when we could, you know, fix it and have a nice truck. Because where are you going to buy a truck like that that's lifted properly? Not one of these eBay lift kits, like an actual, you know, lift, aligned, you know, everything's fitted real nice. You're not going to buy a truck like that for $5,000 to $6,000. So if I got rid of it, you know, it's not like I'm going to be able to just find another one for that price. So you're kind of stuck with it, you know. I'm kind of stuck. I have to fix it. It does run enough that it can be moved. Like, it does run. It's just it's not good. So like what I do occasionally, like once a week, I'll start it up and then just drive it around the block, just so that, you know, brake rotors don't warp, that things don't start seizing up on it. But it needs a doctor, and I just can't afford it yet. The mileage on the mileage on the new Tahoe that needs the motor is like 210,000. My white Tahoe, my 09, that we've had for about almost 2 years now, has got 257,000 miles on it. Guys, I haven't done anything to that other than you know, spark plugs, brakes, suspension, you know, the usual. I think it's going to need a transmission at some point, but that's the 4-speed. That's a 4L60, so that's a lot cheaper to rebuild. That's probably like a $2,000 rebuild. That's not too bad. It just now started leaking a little bit out of the rear main seal, which is pretty common for those. But I'm not too upset about that, because I can tell that the transmission's starting to get a little bit sloppy. So when the transmission eventually needs to get taken out, I'm just going to say, hey, do the rear main. And then you're not paying any extra labor, it's just parts. And honestly, if the rear main starts leaking so bad that it has to be done, like it's an emergency, then I'm just going to say do the transmission with it. Because I don't think I could ever get rid of that truck, guys. That thing has been the most reliable thing I've ever owned. That is the best thing I've ever owned. We paid $6,500 for it with 130,000 miles on it. It's the best decision I ever made was that truck. That thing has been nothing but reliable. It is at the point too, it does make a little bit of noise. I'm starting to wonder if it maybe does have some valve lash, or some, you know, maybe the lifters are starting to have issues. I mean, it probably would benefit from like a rebuild, but you could have somebody go through that motor and do like an AF, or an AFM delete, or the multi-cylinder, like the DOD, you can do that delete on it for much cheaper because there's really nothing wrong with it, which I probably should go through and do at some point, or do again, I guess, at some point. But that's been a really reliable vehicle. I would. Some days I wonder if I should just go back to driving that all over hell, because that thing was. I mean, it wasn't. It's not good on gas. It does eat quite a bit of gas, but I tell you what, it mechanically speaking, that thing's reliable. The only thing is, it does need. I can't keep Freon in it. The air conditioner keeps going dry. It keeps running. It keeps. I don't know where the leak is. So basically, like every 3 weeks in the summer, I have to charge it. And I can do that myself. I've got a vacuum pump and manifold gauge set from Harbor Freight. It's not a big deal. It's like an hour of my time. I don't know where the leak is. I probably should put some dye in there and check for the leak, but I never have gotten around to it. I've just always been in a hurry. But I think what I'm going to do this summer, as soon as it starts getting a little warm out, I'm going to find wherever that leak is. I suspect it's probably just an O-ring somewhere in the line. I could probably just go through and replace. You can get like an AC service kit where it just, from like the auto parts store, it's like $100. It has all the seals, the gaskets, and everything, and you just go through and replace them all. That's probably what I should do. But I honestly should make sure that I need to make sure it's not a leak in the condenser, which is that thing that sits in front of the radiator. Because if it is, I need to replace that. Which, if it is, it's not a big deal. It's just changing seals ain't going to do anything. But I suspect it's a seal because it leaks a little bit out of the Schrader valve and where you put the Freon in on the low pressure side for you mechanics. It leaks a little bit out of there. So I'm thinking that if that's not the main leak, it's probably an O-ring that's dried up somewhere. I mean, it's 14, 15 years old, so I'm not too surprised on that, I guess. But that's minor issues. I mean, that's not a big deal. And even to replace that stuff, even if I had someone else do the work, it wouldn't be that expensive. Yeah, so I'll talk about the Oklahoma stormchaser bill. I see that got mentioned a little bit ago. We're heading toward Janesville, just trying to get into the heavier snow. I'll talk about that. And I'm going to tell you right now, guys, it's a crock of shit, and it's garbage. And anybody who doesn't oppose of it, I think, is nuts. So here's basically what they're trying to do. They're trying to create a license that would be only applicable to media which they define as television sources. Yeah, that's a constitutional violation. You can't say media. It ain't happening. The White House even says TikTok's media right now, so we're not, that ain't gonna fly. Constitutional issue right there. Number two, they're not looking to ban storm chasing. That was a misconception. But what they are trying to do is give special rights and privileges to people with this license. Now, those privileges could possibly include, but would not be necessarily limited to, running with lights and sirens, blowing stop signs, having priority on the road, basically being allowed to run people off the road with your lights and sirens, stuff like that. Now, the issue that we all have with that as, normal people and normal storm chasers is, why should some television station with a camera be given priority on the road over people like us? For example, as a healthcare provider, why should I be forced to pull over for some guy with a camera who's trying to get into a damage area, and now I can't, now I don't get in there to help out because I had to pull over for some crazy lunatic with a camera? That's just stupid. Well, this representative, this Scott Fettgetter guy, everybody's like, oh, he's such a nice guy. He's got our rights and our opinions in mind. He's the guy sponsoring this bill. Folks, I'm going to be honest with you. I am on the right side of the political spectrum, but I'm not a right-wing lunatic. There's a difference. So I believe in smaller government. Number one, we don't need the government dealing with storm chasers. For Pete's sakes, fill the potholes in the road and solve healthcare and, homelessness before you worry about what freaking storm chasers are doing. There's a thought. But I'd really like to challenge the Scott guy. He called me illiterate on Facebook because apparently I'm too stupid to read his bill. But he got in this podcast the other night all slouched over and couldn't even sit up straight, had absolutely no respect for his constituents. I couldn't believe it. But I don't believe that this guy has anybody's rights in mind, especially if you look at his personal Facebook page where he's going off and talking about how storm chasers are basically full of shit, and all this. I'm dead serious. Go look at his personal Facebook page. You'll find him, unless he's taken him down. I pointed him out. He didn't have much to say about that. But I think that this guy is being lobbied, and probably it's possible he's maybe even being paid. I don't know. But this guy is being heavily lobbied by these television stations, and you should oppose this bill, because we have absolutely no need for government regulation. None of the storm chasers that matter want this bill to pass. Warren Fadley, the first successful storm chaser, EMT, firefighter, business owner, says it's bullshit. Can't have it. And I agree. I have a lot of respect for Warren. Timmer, doing this, 20 years, PhD, says it's a crock of shit. And he let that guy have it. Good for him. Oppose it. I oppose it. Don't, guys. Petrowski opposes it. Don't feed into it. I keep seeing on Twitter from some of these YouTubers, oh, guys, don't worry about it. It's nothing but a pass to allow media into disaster zones. No, it is not. That's fake news. That's not only misinformation, that is disinformation, because it is being said intentionally, because I think a lot of these YouTubers think they're going to get the special pass. It's not. It is not a pass into disaster zones. That's not what it is, guys. Read it. So yeah, we should be opposing this bill. So that's actually a really good question. We should be talking about that. Yeah, Rick, and you see, we got, that's the thing, like, you got, because this is actually a political issue now. That's why I almost say, people like Rick and I, we're probably more actually independents than anything, but like, this has actually been made a Republican-Democrat issue by these senators, which I just think is so stupid. But I am definitely a little bit right of center here, folks. But by no means am I a crazy right-wing lunatic. You've got your Democrats and your Republicans, and those are like your normal people that can do like bipartisan efforts and can exist in the same space and deal with the same political problems without being like stupid. Like those are your average Republican Democrat, like what we used to have, And then you've got your extremists on both sides who are just like totally nuts, and you're like how the hell do these people get elected for these positions? I'm not one of those. But I'm starting to wonder if one of these senators might be one of those extremists, because I started doing some digging into these senator or possibly representatives. I don't know what they are, but I did some digging, and oh my goodness, some of the speeches these guys have been given that have been put on YouTube. My God, some of the crazy opinions they have. Like, oh God, I really don't want these lunatics touching my storm chasing. I really don't. We don't need people that are bringing up these crazy lunatic stuff. I don't need them bringing in the storm chase. But yeah, yeah, exactly. It should be a bipartisan issue. It shouldn't be an issue at all, though. That's the problem. That is the problem. Tracy, I wouldn't mind bringing them on a storm chase, but I don't trust some politicians, and I really don't trust that guy. I don't want it to turn into where I get used, and then next thing you know, an article's written about me about what a crazy person I am. But I tell you what, folks, there's a big problem with that bill. And let me tell you, even if anybody was to introduce that bill, there needs to be exceptions in there for EMS utility workers. If you've got a utility worker that's a storm chaser, they should have priority to the front of the line to get in there and help, because you know what I mean? But we don't need that. And it's like Timmer explained this very well. Us professionals, if we're going to be there first and get there first, we're going to be there and we're going to get there. We know what we're doing. We do this every day almost. You've got the news stations who do this 5, 10, 15 days a year. We've got the experience, guys. We're out here doing this. We're going to be at the front of the line. And I'll be flat out honest with you folks. If there's a dire emergency and we need to go, we need to get in front of people, we need to go faster because we know of an emergency, then we're just going to go. We don't need a license for that. Look at Rolling Fork. You know what happened that night, folks? I drove illicitly fast on stream with lights going, and you guys all saw it. Nobody had a problem with it because they knew what was going on. Folks, I passed a cop. We passed a cop on the right, and he just sped up and followed us in. and it ended up shaking the guy's hand. And I said, well, I hope that didn't piss you off. He's like, nope, I think what you did was the right thing. And, you know, we don't need a license for that, because what that does is enables people. They're going to just do that for every little gust of wind. You know, when there's, you know, emergency circumstances, nobody's going to be issuing citations or anything for operating as you need to operate. You know, if I'm going to use the Crowell tornado as an example. Brad Arnold, yeah, that's my thought too. But anyway, Brad Arnold, who loves to shit talk me. But anyway, Brad Arnold gets on the, and I appreciate what he did though. Gets on the radio or phone or whatever on the Crowell night. Lockett got hit, but it was the Crowell tornado, May 4th, 2022, I think. That got hit, and he gets on there. You know, hey, this storm. I was sitting in a pile up of cars, probably a mile long, of cars just sitting there, and they were stopped for this accident up the road. And he's like, hey, there's a tour van with like 9 people in it that got rolled over. You know, there's serious injuries, blah blah blah. And I'm like, okay, buddy, do you need me right now, or do you need me in 5 minutes, because it's gonna be a while? He says, no, we need some help up here right now. Okay, man. So I put my lights on. I checked the left lane. The left lane's clear. I called him back. I said, hey, is there anybody coming in the left lane? He said, no, traffic's not moving at all. They can't get through. The road's blocked. Got it. So at that point, I have confirmation that there's no cars coming in the oncoming lane. So I go 35 miles an hour with my lights on in the left lane the wrong way to get up there. And my God, people threw a fit about that. You're not an EMT in this state. You're not blah, blah, blah. You know what, buddy? You think those injured people gave a shit? I don't. So that's kind of where I'm at, folks. Like, you know, people are always going to bitch about it, but where was law enforcement giving a shit? Oh, that's right. That's right. Law enforcement was on the radio with us because Daniel Shaw gave our mutual friend Eric Black a radio, who gave it to the sheriff, and we were out checking houses and talking to the sheriff on a fucking walkie-talkie, who then congratulated and thanked us all extensively, because while we were doing this, we actually picked up Daniel on the way too. He ended up following in behind us, not knowing what was happening, but knew something was happening. And so it was me, Daniel, and Brandon was there, and Eric Black too, and we were checking houses and stuff. And, you know, so we're literally communicating over the radio with the sheriff of the county, like the sheriff, not the deputy, but the sheriff of the county. And then we've got people that come on the internet and they're like, law enforcement hates you. You broke the law. It's like, okay, guys, hold my beer for a second. We're talking to law enforcement right now. If law enforcement has a problem, they can tell me. And I told him exactly what I did. What's the problem? And I'm like, well, you know, the internet thinks that. And he leaned in close and he goes, well, you tell him sheriff, whatever the hell his name was, the sheriff, whatever, said that you're allowed to do that when there's an emergency. And I'm like, well, and I said it. And then you know what it turned into? It turned into all the anti-cop people. Oh, F the police, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh my God, you guys are lunatics. So that's why I just don't care about the internet anymore. But that's why long story short, that's why we don't need a storm chaser license. Because when there's some sort of emergency, we're just going to do what we need to do. You know, I got a call while I wasn't streaming the night before a hurricane in Florida this year. I got a phone call from another storm chaser about 5 miles up the road. And it was actually, we were talking on the radio, and he says, hey, you know, we've got a major car accident. There's 2 people here. Nobody's breathing. We need help. I'm like, okay, have you called 911? No, not yet. So I'll handle it. I put the lights on. I get in the left lane, and I literally floored the truck. I went as fast as the Tahoe will go until the speed limiter kicks in. And I hauled ass, and I got there. And I was the first to medically train anybody on the scene. And you know what? If I would have been streaming, can you imagine how many people would have tried to cancel me for that? But you know why I don't listen to it or I don't care? Because I know when you do the right thing, you do the right thing. And that's why I don't really think that we need to listen to cancel culture anymore, and we don't need a storm chasing license. So. Yeah, we're headed northeast out of Janesville on 26. Looks like it's snowing heavily up here. We'll just be driving around for like 12 hours. This could be kind of like watching paint dry, honestly. It is a money issue too. You're right. I think a lot of it is of this storm chasing bill is to kind of maybe give media the leg up. Even though technically, you know, I am the media. 'media. You know, we're the media right now, don't you think? So. Yeah, we're headed northeast out of Janesville on 26. Looks like it's snowing heavily up here. We'll just be driving around for like 12 hours. This could be kind of like watching paint dry, honestly. It is a money issue too. You're right. I think a lot of it is to of this storm chasing bill is to kind of maybe give media the leg up. Even though technically, you know, I am the media. You know, we're the media right now, don't you think? So. folks, I'm gonna try to screen clip a little bit of what we're doing here. Oh wow, this winter weather advisory is in effect till 3 a.m. I'll give you a breakdown of the advisories, warnings, and all that here in a minute. But yeah, winter weather advisory for this area, winter storm warnings to the west and the east, but things are picking up though. I mean, we're starting to get that coating on the road. It's Wisconsin, so they should be able to keep up with the roads fairly well. They usually do. But I wouldn't be surprised if we get that, 5 to 8, possibly plus inches in this area. We've got these big snowflakes, and like I mentioned earlier, the Weather Service in Milwaukee, the area forecast discussion, basically flat out said, if we start getting these larger snowflakes, with more moisture, it's going to be indicative of possibly higher totals. I believe that we are kind of going to be, edging toward the upper end of the snowfall totals here. So it's going to be a day of, I don't know if you want to call it watching paint dry or what. We'll probably be all over southern Wisconsin. We may try to make it back toward Iowa, but may end up in Milwaukee too. So we'll just keep kind of going along and covering what we got here. I'm going to try to clip part of that here. We haven't gotten much snow in Wisconsin this season, so I mean, if you live in Wisconsin and you like snow, here you go. Might be your one and only chance the way this stuff's going. Yeah, I picked this over the enhanced risk today. Just this is in my backyard, so it's just, to me, it seemed kind of stupid to not cover this instead. You know what I mean? Because, if you look at it from a financial standpoint for me, people are going to want to see what's happening with the snow. So it's not like people aren't going to watch. People are going to watch whether we're up here or down in the severe weather. But, times are tough, stuff's expensive. I'm going to spend a lot less money up here than going down there. It's like, shit, just cover this. Probably end up with a tornado outbreak down there now. Honestly, it is actually possible there could be a severe weather outbreak down there. Conditions have definitely uptrended, so it is possible that we could be missing an outbreak, but at the same time, it's a Dixie Alley outbreak, so. Whatever. It looks like Saturday might be a bigger deal. Probably be down there Saturday, but I have to try to not miss too much of Valentine's Day because I was gonna do something with Nikki, and well, I need to travel on that day, so I'm gonna see if I can figure out some sort of solution to that. Are we making a mistake? Should we just be going to freaking Iowa now, right now? You know what? Fuck this. You guys just want to go. Hold on, I gotta look at the snow map. I feel like I might be driving the wrong way. Because I would like to get into the winter storm warning here. I feel like I'm really kind of fluffing myself here with this winter weather advisory. So I thought about going down to like Freeport, Illinois. You know what? Let's go to Freeport and let's show up at that garbage ambulance company, knock on the door, and see if Tom is there, and maybe we can interview him and ask him why I never got my paycheck. You want to do that? That'd be fun. I'll totally do it too. Like, I used to, like, I'm an introvert, but like when I've got the camera on, I don't care. Like, it's just instant confidence here. You guys want to go stir the pot? All right, let me see if I can get snow totals here. Yeah, let's go to Freeport. I'll show you. Remember when I gave you that tour around Madison and showed you my old job and stuff? Well, we'll do that, but I'll show you my other old job. But that'll get us into the winter storm warning then. Is Tom an inbred? Yeah. Yeah, he married his cousin and had 4 kids. I'm not kidding. Which I don't know. I guess apparently it's okay to marry your cousin. I guess I don't know, but I don't know. That seems a little sketchy to me. Yeah, he married his cousin. Guys, if you ever feel like shit in life, if you ever feel like you're just a total waste of space, just remember, well, at least you're not inbreeding your kids. I'm sorry, cancel me for being unprofessional. I don't care. You know what? I like to have a little bit of fun. You guys think we'd have 1,000 people watching right now if we didn't have a little bit of fun? I mean, Christ, come on. Yeah, not Tom, the moderator Tom. Not our Tom. He married somebody that he is not related to. His wife is not his brother or sister or anything like that. So remember, there's 2 Toms here. No, I couldn't do any sort of like, you know, podcast or banter or anything because I would get canceled. That's the problem. But actually, I really don't care about that anymore. But I really don't. I'm starting to care less and less about this cancel thing. There are a lot of fake influencers. I agree. Especially lately. Oh my God. We're gonna go get ourselves in the winter storm warning. I'm gonna go ahead and put the SPC graphic back on screen. Radar Omega users, I'm sorry, I don't have any way to show you this right now with my new streaming system. But you can see the SPC data in Radar Omega. So I mean, just turn that on. But there's the enhanced risk down there. That's where we're expecting tornadoes today, possibly. It's going to be snowing the whole way down there, though, folks, so we're not going to miss anything. Oh, let me try out the brake. I just want to see what this scene looks like, because I haven't used this one. I finally have a right back scene that we can use. Oh, that looks terrible with the snow. I'm going to have to fix that text. Geez, Hayden, I don't roll that way. I don't roll that way. Oh man, you might get canceled for that. Actually, no, I might be canceled because I'm the one turning it down. Sorry, but I like seeing you in chat though. You're I kind of feel like you and I are kind of the same person at times. I don't even know how to fish. I did have lunch with Dan the other day. He knows how to fish. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to cheat on Nikki anyway, because I'm probably not going to find anybody hotter anyway. So I don't know if she's watching or not, but I mean, if she is, it's probably for the record. I think she's pretty hot, and there's nobody else even close to what she is. Saying that on the record, by the way, in case she is watching, which I would say that anyway, but if she is, you know, just want to make that point that out. Yeah, some guy at this ambulance service that was like 60 years old thought she was pretty hot too and grabbed her ass one day, and I actually didn't tell this. I probably can't tell this story because honestly, I don't know if there is if this is a crime, but she doesn't even know this. I kept this very close to myself, but I may or may not have fucking taken care of that asshole. I didn't light him on fire or anything, but I may or may not have blackmailed the ever-living shit out of him, because what actually happened, I'll be flat out honest with you, I'm just going to say this, if people think it's unprofessional, I don't know what to tell you. I got to have an audience here, guys, otherwise nobody's going to watch. Doesn't matter what platform they're on. Nothing wrong with this. This is for adults. Before Nikki, there was this other girl I was screwing around with, and found out she actually had a boyfriend. Yeah, naughty, you can't be doing that shit. And anyway, so I was screwing around with her, and well, she started screwing around with this old guy who was like 60-something years old. And I'm just like, that's disgusting. You're like 20-something. Gross. No offense to any 60-year-olds. It's just like, you know, that 40-year age gap. Like, freaking hell, man. So I knew about this. So I may or may not have went into this asshole's office one day and slammed the door shut and been a very, 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 very blackmailing, vindictive individual right before I quit. I don't know if it actually worked, but definitely ball was in my court on that one, because I absolutely was gonna have no problem telling his wife, his kids, his grandkids that he's cheating on his wife with a 20-year-old, and I had proof of it. But you know, whatever. I mean, you want to play dirty games, you're gonna win dirty prizes. So we might run into old Rick down there today. I don't know. Might pass him in Freeport. You know, rumor has it I'm not allowed in Freeport, so good old Stevenson County, Illinois, but we'll see. Go down there and stop at the McDonald's. I've actually got a really good McDonald's. So nope, she wasn't a gold digger. She was just, that guy was flat out broke because his paychecks were bouncing. She just liked old wieners. So your birthday's in 6 days. Happy birthday. Jill, I don't think he was going to get any retirement money. I don't know, some girls are into that. I don't know, guys. It's whatever. I mean, that's fine if she didn't have a boyfriend and he didn't have a wife. I mean, I guess that would have been okay, but my God. I did. I said old wieners on stream. I absolutely did. Well, thanks, Tracy. Hayden, I don't think I'm welcome in Canada. I like Canada. I get asked about this all the time. So I do like Canada. I mean, it's a nice place, but I don't like Canada. It's nothing against you guys or Canada. It's because I'm not familiar with it, and kilometers and stuff, it's a pain in my ass. That's why I just never do anything with Canada. Yeah, so and Nikki is 8 years older than I am, so I get that. But what was creepy was was the cheating. Basically, you know, cheating on your wife with somebody that's old, that's young enough to be your kid. That's just creepy. We have a lot of Canadians in the chat here, I've noticed. Seriously. I've noticed we have a lot of people from Canada that show up in the chat from time to time. We also have a lot of people from Australia, I've noticed. I also, yeah, I had a 2-hour-long phone call with Daniel the other day. He'll be back here in just a little over a month, so he's on his way, folks. Remember, you could support him. This is not an advertisement. He didn't ask me to do this, but remember, you guys can go support him on Patreon. $25 a month. I know $25. It's a lot of money, but it's also not. It is, but it isn't. I get it. It's all about perspective and your financial situation. But if you pay him $25 a month, you unlock all of his content while he's here. And it does go directly to him to fund this trip. I mean, it costs him $60, $70, $80,000 US a year to do this trip. So if you like supporting content creators and your independent content creators, go over there and support him. I mean, he's a super good friend of mine, but he also does a really good job with what he's doing. So if you like this channel, you trust me, you'll like his probably even more. He's much more entertaining than I am. No, I think Aaron is in Maryland right now, I think, for the snow. I like Aaron J-Jack too. He's a really good, he's got, you know, really good with ethics. You know, he does the right thing. He's out here for the right reasons. He's not fake. I would not move to Canada. It's too cold. Guys, we're going to backtrack a little bit, but we're going to be in the snow here the whole time. We're going to go toward Freeport, Northern Illinois. We're going to go get in that winter storm warning. Hold on a sec. Do you have a fan noise in the background right now? Yeah, you do. Freeport, Northern Illinois. We're going to go get in that winter storm warning. Ooh, that's probably really annoying to you guys, isn't it? Oh yeah, Hank's cool too. I like Hank. You can support him on Patreon also. Let me try one more time. I don't know why my mics, they're clipping. There's just too much. They're all of a sudden today. My mics, they're peaking, they're clipping and everything. So let me test this audio. So you're gonna hear an echo for a second. Let me go ahead and just play this back so I can hear it. They're all of a sudden today. Did we lose audio? Uh-oh. Today. My mics, they're peaking, they're clipping and everything. So let me test this audio. So you're gonna hear an echo for a second. Let me go ahead and just play this back so I can hear it. Okay, so like right there is okay, but for some reason it's just like clipping and peak. Well, that's a little better. Here, I'm trying to get it to peak right now by like swallowing it. Well, that's what she said. This is weird. I don't know why it's doing that. I know I'm overdriving it. I'm doing this intentionally, so I'm trying to get a baseline here while it's doing this, and then if I move it up here away from me, you'd think that it would calm it down. So I'm gonna see what that does, guys. I don't know why. Oh shit, we're gonna get rear ended. Hold on a second. Let me check this again. I don't know why it's doing that. I know I'm overdriving. Let me mute you for a second. So I'm trying to get Alright, so we're going to roll with that. If the audio starts clipping, where it sounds like, you know, I'm cutting out and it's clipping, please let me know. I can go back to using the internal mic, but the problem is the internal mic picks up the fan noise that's on the encoder. So, but I had these mics working really, really well yesterday, or two or 3 days ago, so I just need to figure out why they're goofing off here, and we'll figure it out. Actually, come on, light. Yeah, you're gonna hear a fan from time to time, folks, because there's that's not the inverter anymore. That's actually a router that has to come on every now with the fan. But long story short, we need to be able to use
long story short, with this, we need to be using this microphone. But I need to figure out, I might have to talk to the software developer on how to turn the mic gain down just a touch. Because it can be done, I forgot how to do it. So just give me 1 second, I'm going to mute you again so I can listen to this for a second. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Weird. Yeah, figure. That's part of the reason, like I said, why I'm doing this now, so we can figure out these things. Because if it's starting to clip and have issues right now, then it's going to have big issues. The audio gets louder. Let me mute again. Huh. I don't know what you're talking about with the whistle. I don't have a whistle in here. Hold on a second. Let me, a couple settings I want to try. Might lose the stream for just a second. Let me just, hold on 1 second. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, these are wireless mics, guys. It's just a small software setting I gotta figure out. Just 1 second. Okay, hold on a second, guys. Just 1 second. And then it mutes when I do that. Okay. I think I'm actually, you know what? I might be onto why this is doing this. I think I might have just figured it out. And then it mutes when I do that. Okay. I think I'm actually, I might be on why this is doing this. I think I might have just figured it out. And it mutes when I do that. Okay. I think I'm actually, I think I might have just figured it out. Alright, well, we'll see how this works for a minute, guys. I might just put an AirPod in and monitor. The audio is going to be a little bit... Oh, shit. Did I leave my AirPods at home? Frick. No, I didn't. They're right here. So give me just a minute. The audio is just not going to be... It's going to be a little overdriven and clipping here for a second. But I kind of need to do this and just monitor myself because I think I have changed before, and then well, now it just switched over to my AirPods. That's not what I want. Hang on. Okay. Let me, All right, yeah, on my ear. All right. They're pairing to the wrong device there. So I've got myself in my ear now so I can monitor this, but I'm trying to figure out where the clipping's coming from because I think it's software. is a software setting, but unfortunately I might not be able to do it right now. A plug-in issue? I don't know what that means. I don't have anything that plugs in. Guys, like I said, I know what the issue is. It is a software issue where it's not taking the default sound profile of the streaming device that it's supposed to. Unfortunately, I don't remember how to get to that at all, and I think I might actually have to go into the back end of this to do it, so I might not be able to fix it today, which is fine. No feedback at all, guys. Like I said, I know what the problem is, folks. Unfortunately, I just can't solve it right now by any sort of physical changes. The feedback you're probably hearing is the echo from when I'm in the back. But we'll table the issue. I'm gonna leave this on for a minute so I can kind of notice a pattern here, just to confirm my suspicion, and then we'll switch back to the other mic. Thing I found out is I can actually use my AirPods as a mic. If I could actually stand having an AirPod in my ear all day, I probably would do that. I can't stand having that in my ear all day. Definitely do not want a partner in the car. That is for sure. That wouldn't make any sense. Trust me. Definitely like doing this on my own. That is for sure. All right, we're gonna go ahead and switch back. I'm gonna make sure. Now, hold on, I gotta shut this off. Alright, we're gonna try front mic there and see what that's like. I gotta figure out which of the built-in mics is gonna be a little better for us. So one of these is gonna have significantly more cooling fan noises than the other. I forgot which one is which. Switch to, this is bottom. Try bottom here. Turn stereo. That's it right there. That should take care of that muddy audio. Alright, now I can switch this back to... Alright, now we'll switch this back to front, and that should hopefully focus on my voice more than anything else. There. That takes care of a lot of the windshield wiper noises anyway. So we'll run that for the time being. It's good enough. It's not our ideal setup, but it'll work for today. It won't take me long to fix the clipping issue. I just have to be done streaming to do it. God, we're just on and off the brakes here.
go down. We're still making our way to Freeport. Probably be about an hour here. Oh, I think I might be out of washer fluid. That is not good. We'll have to get some of that. Well, listening with the AirPods, I can confirm we only have about a 3-second delay with latency here from our car to YouTube, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, I tell you what, the best audio that you can get streaming like this is from an AirPod, is running the AirPods as an audio source. It just sounds so good because they've got good noise cancellation and they focus on the voice. But the problem is you just can't keep an AirPod in your ear all day. Even if you like switch it from right to left, you know, every hour or so, it hurts your ears so bad. I've tried, but it does sound good. Keeping that in your ear for a couple of hours or for a phone call is one thing, but for like 12 hours all day, it's tough. Christ, a little freaking slippery there. Yeah, wired mics don't work for me with our streaming setup, unfortunately. Just you get too much in the car, but I mean, I agree. Well, all right, let's take your AirPods out of my face.
Crossings are Highland Avenue, Elizabeth Street, running to 33, 1239.
Engine 113, respond to 733 McKinley Avenue. For a assist fall victim. No injury. Cross streets are 1500. St. Lawrence Avenue and 1500. Roosevelt Avenue. Time now 10:06.
I'll just keep going straight here for a while.
1046 runoff.
Ready to add me to it.
Stand by.
Yep. I'm 1060 exiting now at that one. You can put me on that.
Uh, 141, if you can get a 1051 started here for a enclosed box trailer.
Nobody got their lights on here, it seems like.
possibly a, I'd say 15 by 12 trailer.
It's not good. Christ. I don't know why people like refuse to turn their lights on when the weather's bad, you know. It's not hard to do. And, you know, that people are like, oh, well, the excuse is because they've got automatic headlights. Well, still.
Here in the area.
10-4.
Right, copy, 10-4.
172, 1051.
172.
Next up, reference heavy wrecker, first semi at 80,000 pounds. Brake shoulder at 94. It's got a fast serpentine belt. Or doesn't have one anymore. And their help is James.
Yeah, the snow's picking up. I mean, we're losing visibility now. Let me try to focus you a little better. Oops. There's a cat that's about to run out or what? That should look pretty in focus.
Main highway snow to try to salt again the entrance ramp from I-90 south to 94 eastbound, again 90 south to 34 eastbound. A bit icy there.
Go ahead.
Will be 76.
10-4, thank you. I won't be waiting with the semi.
10-4.
This is some of the heaviest snow in the area right now. All right, good. Get away from that guy. Don't trust anybody who can't put their lights on in the snow. Oh God, here's another one. For Christ's sakes, get your freaking lights on. All right, I gotta run the defrost here. We're starting to ice over a little bit. so we'll take this over to Monroe and then go south. Should be like within the next half hour we should get a new SPC outlook, so we'll see if they do anything with the enhanced risk, like move it or anything. But I think right now they'll probably just leave it alone down there. Probably not much reason to change it. Roads are a little bit slippery though, but I mean there's no reason you can't be out on. I mean the roads are fine. Like, if you need to go out and do stuff, like it's fine, just but expect to be sliding through some stop signs, I guess. This really isn't that bad.
I can respond on emergency.
Ambulance 143, respond to 733 McKinley Avenue for a assist fall victim. No injury. Cross streets are 1500, St. Lawrence Avenue and 1500, Roosevelt Avenue. Time now 10:15.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting day because it's either going to be like super boring just watching paint dry, or it could be, you know, we might get into some real heavy snow. I think later on it may be beneficial to head over toward like Milwaukee and get in if there's any lake effect over there, which if any lake effect sets up, which it should, it should be a little bit later in the afternoon, I think, like 3 or 4 o'clock. But either way, we'll go down here where it's snowing a little heavier, get in the winter storm warning, go from there.
non-emergent to assist for a lift assist. Cross streets of Roosevelt Avenue and St. Lawrence. Brake district is Deloitte.
Freezing rain sucks way worse than snow.
To the runaway is 137 Highland Avenue.
But after today, we'll be live, it looks like Saturday. Down in the south, the Gulf Coast states. checked just to test our new roof camera. Switch over to it. There we go.
I'll be 10-7, Ballville, 1181. Please lights off my windshield.
It does look really nice.
53.
So I have it in here just for testing. But it's super nice. I mean, quality-wise, it's really nice. I'm happy with it. Basically, I'm just making sure everything works with it. It's easier to, if anything is wrong, it's easier to troubleshoot it in the car than out.
I'm for 150 still.
Good, it's working. Well, that makes me happy. Something's working for a change. Mark that down on your calendars. Probably stop and get something for breakfast or whatever you want to call it here on the way through. It's real easy to take you guys in with me now too with this system. Nothing's overheating. This is great. Yeah, this is not really like a rapid onset of snow. I mean, I think the snow is going to pick up in intensity here a little bit later. Because like radar is showing, there's dry pockets in between, so it's not necessarily like a steady snow all day. Like for example, where we're heading down into northern Illinois, it's like dry pockets, but then there's another band that's coming through from Iowa. So it's got to get a snow hard and then not. So it's like, it's one of those situations where it's not going to be just a constant dumping, but there's going to be, over the course of the next few hours, there's going to be quite a bit of snow that adds up. Probably should check the 511 webpage. Yeah, so according to like the That's fine. Because I don't want that sitting in here all day, but like on the way, I mean, well, that's fine. I'll be able to get through somewhere later. I just don't want to deal with it all day. So if I get it toward the end of the day, it's not a big deal. But I'll be able to make it through one of those places at some point. I don't know what any of that means. I'll deal with that when we get there, I guess. Okay. Alright, I love you. Bye. Oh, where's the Illinois 511 webpage? I can't even get a damn link to the 511 webpage in Illinois. What's going on here? Come on, Illinois. Get your shit together. Dead serious. Anybody got a link to the... This is ridiculous. Why do you gotta go... Oh, there it is. You gotta go through like 17 menu options to find it. Come on, Illinois. What do you expect out of a state that had Blagojevich for governor? Did you see they pardoned that guy? What the frick, Trump? Come on, man. Why are you doing that? All right. Well, all the roads in Illinois say covered with snow or ice, so that's good news for what I'm doing. Bad news for what you're doing if you're trying to drive around. You grew up in Broadhead? Yeah, I don't think much has changed. Like even just like the past 15 years that I remember, this place just looks the same. Except they got a quick trip now. Which is nice, but yeah, really, like this town just doesn't change. God, I'm so happy we are not overheating. We're not having any sort of problems. This is so nice. That means I can take. I'll show you by turning on this again here. I'll use the roof camera, but hold on. There might be something I go to.
Attention Monroe, first response. Respond
no, it's a left assist for an old person, guarantee it.
15th Street for a 84-year-old female who's fallen and just needs a lift assist.
Yep.
No injuries. Your assignment is green EMS, green clear at 10:27.
Oh, wow, what a surprise. I'll show you what the roof... I tell you what, having this roof camera in here today just to use as a hand cam, boy, actually, I don't even have to do that. I just take you off the windshield. It's kind of nice. Maybe I'll get another one of those. Here, I'll just quick disconnect you. All this crap, all this wire mess and crap with streaming, that all can go away with this work, as long as this works, which it appears it's going to work, so... It means less complexity. It also means I can take my setup portable in a rental car if we ever have to. Really trying to simplify things here. Yeah, don't go to this McDonald's, people. Don't ever go to this McDonald's. This, honest to God, may be the worst McDonald's in the world. Anybody who lives in this area knows you don't go to this McDonald's. Just don't do it. Matt, that is the CB does have the built-in scanner. I've got an SDS 200 in the console though. The scanner that's built into that, what is it? Is it a 996 or 885 CB? It's crap. It's not good. It's really not good. It's just the receiver on it's terrible, and it doesn't pick up simulcast systems at all. It's not good. So I don't use it for that. But you know what, guys? What that means is, since this is all working, and I'm super excited about it, I can take this video switching board that I showed you with all the buttons, I can take that out because underneath of it there's cup holders, and I can actually have some freaking cup holders in my car again. I'm super excited about that. Yeah, I honestly, Matt, the only scanner you can freaking buy anymore is like the SDS 100 or the 200, because everything else just doesn't handle the simulcast. And like around here now, everything's simulcast. I mean, you know that, but like, it just sucks because like that's got such potential for like these truck drivers and stuff, but they put just a really crappy like scanning receiver in it. It's too bad. Yeah, I have a 100 as well. The 100, the speaker, I think kind of sucks, but if you plug it into an external speaker, it's pretty good. It's got to be a powered speaker, though, because it's like only a headphone audio jack. It doesn't have enough power to power a speaker, but if you use like a 12-volt powered speaker, it sounds really nice. Red Dozer, yeah, cup holders, no shit, right? Thanks for the super chat. Yeah, you can't even hear like the Dane comm system or Greene County for that matter on the 885 Matt. It won't even attempt to pick up the simulcast. It's really bad. Which, you know, so many things are simulcast systems now that like it's kind of important, because that's just kind of the standard with anybody now, it seems like. At least in this area, like when I go out to like, you know, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Colorado, you go out west where it's more vacant and there's less people. Everybody's just on analog still, which they probably always will be. Yeah, here we go. This is one thing that's changed and brought in is this four-way stop. This is supposed to be a roundabout, but I guess they ran out of funds for the roundabout or something, and they just put in a stop sign and they're going to make it a roundabout later. I don't know. Yeah, it's really looking like we actually could get possibly several tornadoes down there in the south today, according to latest data, so be interesting to see what comes of that. Another genius without his lights on. Come on, dude. I don't think the blowing snow is going to be much of a problem today, no. I mean, it's a little bit breezy out here, but I don't think we're going to have any sort of blowing and drifting problems, really. Looks like they could have had school. Yeah, I would agree with that, but I haven't been on any back roads yet. We can take some back roads here and see what the back roads look like. Grant County needs to do something with that radio system. Like, it works, but it's a mess. You know, like when I was working over there, my God, it's just, I don't know, like the whole paging system, I never liked how it had that record and playback, and like some of the sites, you know, would record it on one tower and then play it back on another. It was just kind of a pain in the ass because, you know, you might hear it, you never had a clear signal. I wish that they would have simulcasted like everything, but that system's been kind of a mess in my opinion. So yeah, they probably need to do something. Lafayette County needs to do something too, because Lafayette County's audio is just crap. I don't know, there's something going on with that. And I guess it's a newer system. They stayed analog, but I don't know, the audio always sounded terrible. I don't know, there's just something goofy going on with that. But it's a good thing Greene County upgraded, because what we had before was outdated as hell. We didn't have PLs on some of the outputs even. It was pretty bad.
Turtle Fire Department and Ambulance 142 respond to 18402, I-90 westbound, for a accident with injury. Cross streets are East Hart Road and East County Trunk South. Time now 10:34.
This guy don't have his lights on either. Like, we need to start a counter here for people that don't have their lights on and start tallying them up. And we can take we'll take some back roads up here just for the hell of it. See what the conditions are like here where it's not really getting plowed.
Respond to 18402, I-90 westbound, for a accident with injury. Cross streets or East Hart Road and East County Trunk South. Time now 10:36.
We'll check out some back roads here. We'll probably take a take a right. Yeah, I imagine part of the problem with schools today was the fact that, yeah, they might be able to get to school fine, but I think later on there's going to be problems. Probably just said the hell with it altogether, you know. It's still snowing. There's really fine flakes. We're kind of in a little bit of dry air right here. That'll change though. Get another wave of snow to come in. It's kind of how the pattern's going to be today. Get a wave of snow with a little bit of a break and then another one. But this snow's not really showing up. It definitely is snowing. It's just not really showing so much on radar. It's kind of drier right here. A little bit of dry air in there. This road hasn't been plowed, so. That's a good probably 2-3 inches of snow on the road, I would guess, without getting out and looking. Yeah, we'll get back on the highway up here in a little bit. We'll drop south where there's that winter storm warning. So they might actually put the plow through here at one point.
Good.
180.5 southbound, 180.5 southbound. We have a snow plow versus unknown vehicle pull-over onto the right shoulder.
10-4 should be the show me.
10-4.
120.
Still saying like 5 to 8 inches pretty much all over today in southern Wisconsin, so.
person with injury. Cross streets are East Hart Road and East County Trunk South. Time now 10:45.
Yeah, roads are a little worse where there hasn't been a plow, but I mean, this isn't bad. I mean, I'm not even slowing down. I'm still doing 45. No problems here. But this also did just start, so.
137.
I'm not sure if it's the same call, but county advised that the driver had called at 10:50 on north. Just rolled up now.
Stand for, then I'll take care of it then. Go ahead and continue on.
Eleven 04, 10:59, 10:50 to the 183.
Here's a car with some lights on for a change. Look at that.
146, I'm 10-8.
Freaking hogging the hell out of the road, too. Oh, nope, that's just the running lights. Never mind. Oh, turning the knob and turning the lights on is really hard work. Really hard work.
Thank you. I'll take that one. 141's busy.
Yeah, they're keeping up with the plows so far, and they should be able to for the most part. I tell you what though, I really would like to not see a ton of snow because I like the snow, but it sucks when it sticks around for too long. So let's hope that, you know, for my sake, this kind of doesn't stick too long. I haven't looked at the weather here though. Let's see. Looks like, yeah, 25 and 30 on Friday, Saturday. Oh, it's gonna be cold. Damn it. Yeah, it's gonna stick. It's gonna stick around a little while.
The van that is across the ramp lane, the pickup bus facing the wrong way on the right shore.
All right, let's go to the gas station quick. Go get something to eat. And then we'll continue on the adventure here.
One 185.4 northbound, 185.4 northbound.
and make 137s a primary on that particular mount.
10-4.
Meant 4, sorry. 4 and 16. I'm almost at a shop. If you want to meet me there, I just gotta clean my windshield quick so I can see. 4.
We can cancel fire and ambulance, no injury.
10-4.
544 to 554. Do you need me to come on scene or are you guys gonna be good?
I'm good.
$1.6, 1050 PDO.
Forgot my wallet, so I make sure we stop at places that take Apple Pay.
155 southbound, 155 southbound, semi-burst semi, no injuries, no blockage on the right shoulder.
And 476.
717 advance
1117.
Drink to your 3.
181 support. Tempo.
137. EMS is 23 at the 1050 on 9. I'll be there in about a minute.
Tempo.
105.
5.
I'll be able to use that at 137. You just set up behind me on the curb. I'll handle the crash. Everybody else is disregarded.
Tempo.
1722, I'll get light protection on this curve.
Tempo.
111743.
17.
If you can't have the counties make a pass through lane 1, it's completely snow covered when they have time down here.
I don't know if I'm out of washer fluid or if they're just froze up. I think they're just frozen. There we go. They're starting to go. It's getting through now.
We're on the lane 1 right now.
I probably don't really need gas,
1043.
so we'll just park somewhere where I can go in, I guess.
I see this quick here, all lanes are open.
Parking lot at this
Easy
Quick Trip
opportunity to
sucks.
just letting highways know to come shovel the air. We were
Like they made it this, when they built this Quick Trip, it replaced an old one, and it's just, they didn't make it big enough. Like, they honestly probably need to rebuild somewhere else in town. There's just not enough room at this Quick Trip. Like, it's always freaking packed. It's pretty bad. So I don't think they anticipated this much business, but they gotta do something.
I'm gonna have to pull off the ramp real quick. My spinner's not working.
We might, so this town is not good for service cell signal at all. And I mean, at all. So we might actually drop out when we go in there. If that's the case, well, sorry. Guys, the location's in the top left of the screen. Oh, that came through on this. Hang on a second.
Short Thomas 51.
I need to make sure I've got my... I don't have my wallet. I need to make sure I've got my cards in Apple Pay. I do. So we're good. And I got my keys.
You guys, what type of vehicle?
BMW, yeah.
All right. There's coming back. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Not too bad.
And a rewards card.
Yeah, I'll put it in here.
So $4.93, please. Check a bag.
No, I'm okay with that one.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. You have a good day.
You
Come
too.
see us again.
All right, thanks. Oh, Jesus. So did that work in there? It looked like it lost connection a few times, but that's to be expected. There's cell signal in there is ass. It's absolute ass. AT&T doesn't work very well in this town. Hold on a second. All right, well, off we go.
Transfer 121.
Affirm.
Thank you.
Hold on. Sorry. So that over there is the O'Reillys that I like. They actually have their shit together. I know I talk a lot of shit about O'Reillys, but the store manager there, his name's Leo. He's a younger dude, and shit, I just spilled. God damn it, me. Shit. All right, crisis averted. Alright, I'm just going. I don't know what this guy's doing. They actually know their shit there, and they actually care about customer service. Like, anytime I have a problem, a warranty or anything, there's never any questions asked whatsoever. Period. And there's this kid there named Doug, and he is just something else. But he really, he's kind of the reason why I like going there. He's just a really, really nice kid. He's quite something. His car's not there. If his car, that's why I drove this way. If his car was there, I was totally going to stop and introduce everybody to Doug. I'm trying to get Wi-Fi to play nice again. It's goofing up here. Sorry about the drop out there. I'm trying to troubleshoot something. Yeah, that's the O'Reillys that I try to go to at all times. Come on, lady. Right now we're going to go down into Illinois and get into the winter storm warning. It's just me stopping for a green light. I'll show you where me and Nikki used to live, and we got kicked out of because I bitched and called the health department about the dumpster. Here, I'll show you. Keep in mind, when I say kicked out, it's not because we didn't pay the rent. They just didn't want to renew the lease because I called. Well,
11-17-443.
All right, let me paint you a picture of this town here, folks. This town has had one homicide in like ever. I actually responded to that EMS call. It was over here on the left in this shitty trailer park. It was somebody who was not in this country legally, and I'm not trying to make this political, but it's just true. Somebody was here illegally, and it was a dispute over drugs. I believe it was a fentanyl sale. And the guy shot the other guy. We don't have guns. We don't have a gun problem. We don't have a violence problem in this town. It's very quiet. It's a very safe place. Like, obviously lock your doors, but you don't, like, if you don't lock your doors, nobody's gonna steal anything anyway. And you know, the police here do a really good job. Like, it's just, everything works really well for this town. So with that in mind, what started this mess, these people bought this apartment complex we used to live in like 4 years ago, and this guy in the apartment next to us got into a fight with his sister's boyfriend or something and whips out a gun. And oh hell no, that ain't happening. At 1 o'clock in the morning, like he's like beating the shit out of this girl. So 1 o'clock in the morning, I roll over, I tell Nikki to call the cops, I go out there and I about freaking kicked somebody's freaking ass in the goddamn next year, goddamn it. And I was the bad guy for that, according to Kimberly, the apartment manager. She said I should have stayed out of it. Well, no, I shouldn't have stayed out of it. He was about to kill this girl. I'm dead serious. He like was choking her out so hard, he almost killed her. So, you know, thank me, but she wouldn't kick these people out because, well, they have a lease. Well, it doesn't matter. So this guy was actually on bond. It was conditions of his bond not to have a pistol, but they didn't arrest him because apparently the judge in this county is a tard and she doesn't do anything. I don't know, whatever. So it's this building right here, and I'm going to go ahead and give you a piece of my path. Right here is where I always parked, Storm Seeker 4, that piece of shit. I always parked it under this tree. So this was always my parking spot here anyway, right? So anyway, I'll show you the dumpster, but this is what you get here with that Kimberly lady. She's a real treat. But anyway, yeah, we lived here because the rent was cheap, and then they weren't going to renew the lease because I was a huge pain in the ass because I bitched about, not wanting to get shot through the apartment wall at 1 o'clock in the morning. And then also this dumpster. So let me tell you the story about the dumpster. If you go on my YouTube channel and look in the YouTube shorts, oh look, it's overflowing. What a shocker. If you go on my YouTube channel, you'll find a short about this dumpster. She didn't dump this dumpster for 5 weeks in the summer. It was so overfull and so nasty, like I'm pretty sure it was radioactive. It was disgusting. It was the most disgusting thing I'd ever seen. So I made a YouTube short talking about how gross it is. It got 25,000 or something views, and I posted it to Facebook. No shit, the next day the dumpster got dumped. And oh, she was pissed. She freaking came up and was bitching about it, and you can't do that. You have to have my permission to film on the property. I'm like, no, I freaking don't, you crazy ass bag. Like, freaking old hag. She was a nasty, nasty woman. She didn't care about the safety of anybody. She just wanted her rent. And I think the reason she didn't want to kick those other asswipes out is because they were paying more rent than we were. But I'm just like, okay, so you want me to get shot in my apartment? Okay, that's fine. Well, screw you, lady. So she leaves a note on the door when the lease is up, and she's like, well, we're not renewing the lease. You got to be out by April 1st. Well, the place we live now is actually owned by some fans of our channel. So I started talking about what was happening on social media, and these folks got a hold of me, and they're like, hey, we've got a house for rent, and we watch you. Like, just don't even worry about a deposit. Don't worry about anything. Just show up and just move in. Okay, that's what we did. No problems. No complaints. Well, while we were doing this Kimberly, she's like, you have to be out by April 1st or blah, 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 or I'm evicting you. And I'm like, okay, well, my lawyer says I can get out basically whenever the hell I want because you don't have a case because of all this shit. And it's going to be the end of the day on April 1st because that's when I have time to move this shit out. If you guys remember, March 31st or 2022 or whatever it was, that was the day of that tornado in Iowa, the big one. You guys know that one. You know what I'm talking about. So obviously I could, that was more important. So she's, bitching on April 1st. Are you out? Are you out? Are you out? I'm going to file for an eviction if you're not out. I'm just like, you know what, lady? Shove it up your ass. Like, at this point, like, you're just a nuisance. You're an idiot. Like, I have a place to live. Like, I'm literally moving my stuff out right now as we talk. Like, basically, like, get out of here before I say I call a harassment complaint, because at that point it was harassment. Because I've always had this shitty lawyer on retainer, and he's like, honestly, what she's doing is borderline harassment because you've given her an answer. If she wants to proceed with an eviction, she needs to do it, but she can't do it because you're moving your stuff out. He's like, the case is going to get dismissed. I'm like, so what do I do? He's like, just take your time, just get it out and you get it out. So it took a whole 12 hours to get it out. Oh my God, she was so pissed. You know what? I loved every minute of it. Loved every freaking minute of it, just rubbing it in Kimberly's face. She was a nasty, disgusting apartment owner. Disgusting human being, let me tell you that. God dang. She was awful. She was a hag. Had no business owning rental properties. the snow plowing of that place too. So this hag, right? So this old hag, she wasn't even old. I shouldn't call her an old hag. She was just a hag. So this woman, the snow plow was supposed to come between like 10 a.m. and like 5 p.m. whenever there was snow, which is reasonable. Like I'm not, you know, that makes sense. Well, she just decided one day that to change having the snowplow guy show up between 5 a.m. and 7 a.m. That don't work for me. You know, which is fine. I mean, but there's nowhere else to park. And that would have been probably okay if she would have told people, but she didn't tell anybody. And she threw a fucking fit. Oh my God, what a fit she threw. Because my car was in the way and the plow had to plow around it. And what had happened, because I didn't even know they were going to come that early, so I slept in. You know, I got home at 3 o'clock in the morning, you know, from doing a job. But anyway, so I, you know, seeing that the driveway had been plowed and I was the only car there, I'm like, oh, no big deal. So I just took my shovel and I just moved my car and I just shoveled out my spot. And it was like no different. She pulled in and she's like, do you not know how to fucking tell time? And I just looked at her and, you know, and no offense to any people named Karen out there. This is nothing against you, but I went, okay, Karen, what's your fucking problem now? Well, first it's blah, 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 this and that, and you're always causing problems. And I told everybody in a text message that the snowplow comes as early as 5 a.m. And I'm like, oh, well, I have your number blocked. Why? I'm like, because you send us these dumb messages. Like, she would send out these stupid, unnecessary messages, like, just randomly at 2 o'clock in the morning. I need everybody's phone number that lives there. Like, well, my 1-year-old doesn't have a phone number. First of all, you shouldn't even be asking me that at 2 o'clock in the morning. Get off my phone. So I would just basically, it's like, obviously you have my phone number if you're freaking texting me, but, so I just blocked her number. Like, whatever, I pay the rent, I don't give a shit about the rest. So maybe she did text, but either way, she was just throwing a fit, and I'm like, so what's the effing problem? I am shoveling the space out where my car was parked. It doesn't affect anybody. Like, why is this an issue? Because you can't fucking follow rules. You're so goddamn fucking stupid. Oh, I literally threw the shovel down, and I wish I would have had a security camera recorder. I went over to her car, I freaking grabbed her side mirror and leaned on it, and I got in her face, stuck my head in her car, and I was like, I swear to God, if you come up here and you want to freaking cuss at me like this for no goddamn reason while you're working your dead-end job as a piss-ass little apartment manager, I basically told her to get effed. I didn't threaten her or anything. I basically told her to get effed. Well, I found out later that one of my friends who's on the police department, she actually went to the police department and tried to make a report and get me arrested for touching her car. It was such a wash to the police that they didn't even contact me. Apparently they know of her and she's caused problems with another apartment complex, but I was talking to my friend Mark at the police department and he's like, yeah, this woman's nuts. But I'm like, you don't show up and start cussing at me when you've got the easiest job in the world. Like, you literally manage an apartment complex. Like, I'm sorry, like, you live at the apartment complex, a different one, and manage this and get free rent. Like, you don't come here and bitch about me while I'm busting my back trying to shovel shit, you fucking hag. That's basically what I was getting at. And oh my God, if I would have had a YouTube channel then, I would have made a short out of that too. Actually, I did. I should have made a short out of it, but I made a YouTube short about the dumpster. I highly encourage you to go find the YouTube short about the dumpster. It's quite entertaining. Highly recommend. She's honest to God nuts. I've never had problems with landlords, ever. Except for her and this lady named Mardell. But I've never had problems before. Like, they've always left me alone. It's like, just pay the rent, leave me alone. Like, okay. You tell them something's broke, they fix it. Like, I've never had a problem before, except for this woman and freaking Mardell. You guys know about Mardell. The lady that accused me of burglarizing my own apartment, breaking and entering, called the cops. Then her son showed up and tried to punch me in the face, and I had to call the cops in return. And then I had to break into my apartment again at 2 o'clock in the morning because she illegally locked us out and all of our shit was in there. Oh my God, I'll tell you that story again here in a little bit, so stick around. But some of you guys remember it. It's that lady. She's nuts. She did get probation for her, she got arrested. She apparently hit a tenant. She's 70 years old, mind you. She hit a tenant. She got pissed off at a tenant and punched him in the face. She got arrested. She got parole. So she got her, what was coming to her. Yeah, Midol. She needed one of those. Yeah, it's Mardol. We'll talk about her later. That's a hell of a story. Hey, we have a Karen in the chat. Karen, I'm so sorry that your name was chosen to be the descriptor of snotty, rude people. That also goes for people named Kyle and Kevin. You really got the butt end of that. But that's why people like you are why I had my disclaimer in there, you know. Not all Karen. Maybe we should just start spelling Karen wrong, like spell it with a C. When we're talking about assholes. There is a male version. It's Kyle. Kyle and Kevin. I don't know if we got any Kyles or Kevins out there. We do have a Kevin. I don't know if he's in the chat, though. We do have a Kevin. Keith is such a male Kyle. Yeah, that's Keith, maybe. I know a Keith. I'll tell you the Mardol story here soon. But first, we gotta do the ambulance story. But we're gonna do a drive-by here. So. Another guy without his lights on. Cracked the inbred. Yeah, Hayden's figured this out already. It shouldn't be that mean, but like, honestly, guys, I'm only mean toward people that have given me a very good reason to deserve it. I don't know if Dave is or not, because I know a few Daves and they're really nice, I think. Thanks, Amber. I'll tell you what, the roads coming south are definitely in worse shape. Chris, if you're in the U.S., if an ambulance from your town's fire department picked you up, took you to the hospital, you need to make sure you're also getting a discounted rate on that, because most places, as a resident, because you pay taxes, you should not be being billed at full cost of that. Honestly, I can't believe I'm saying this because I usually am too busy to deal with stuff, but Chris, if you're having legitimately like a hard time getting through that, you can email me details, and I would be happy to give you some input, because this is the kind of billing and coding crap I had to do while I was at the ambulance too. And that insurance should be covering an ambulance trip. If it's not, then it wasn't. Then whoever did the report at the ambulance probably didn't do a very good job of it. You shouldn't be having an issue with that, and there's no reason that should be considered out of network, because it's an ambulance. If you're having serious problems with it, I'm able to point you in the right direction, or you need to get a hold of like I know it doesn't make sense to retain a lawyer for that, but if you're having issues with it, I know sometimes there's like those law schools do those like free legal clinics. You just submit their stuff to them and they tell you what you should do. Because no, you are not in the wrong. You should have that covered by your insurance. So don't fold on that. Don't let them give you a bill and ding your credit. And if they have, you get a hold of somebody, because that's something's fishy is going on. I'm not saying it was intentionally fishy, but there is a problem going on with how that was billed. It should not be like that. That's ridiculous. That you shouldn't be getting stuck with a bill from an ambulance trip as long as it was an emergency. And quite frankly, you can consider almost anything an emergency. Like honestly, and it's not insurance fraud. Somebody's gonna be like, "You did insurance fraud." No, I didn't. But we were really careful how we like wrote run reports, because if you write the run report and just kind of fluff over everything, well, sometimes insurance will be like, "Oh, this wasn't an emergency." That's why you got to put all the details in there. You know. Paid it. 800. Ah, Chris, damn it. You should still send them a nasty letter and tell them to screw off. Femur fracture would be ambulance necessary no matter what, because it's life-threatening. You know, one could argue that it's not necessarily, because I've heard lawyers argue with actual femur fractures, whether it's compound, you know, whether it's sticking out of the leg or not, doesn't matter. Lawyers in court have argued, you know, for the insurance company, well, they could have been self-transported to the hospital. No. Femur fracture, whether it's compound, you know, which is sticking out of the skin or not, that's life-threatening, because it's possible that it's torn an artery. You could have internal bleeding. That's also extremely painful in 95% of cases, which I'm sure you found out. That's a life-threatening emergency, so there's no reason that shouldn't have been covered by your insurance. That's ridiculous. I'm honestly convinced that these health insurance places are evil. I really am. Private health insurers are, honest to God, most of them are pretty evil, based on experience. Yeah, it's true that ambulance companies usually don't get reimbursed too much by the insurance companies, but let me tell you something from somebody who ran an ambulance company. Ambulance companies waste money. And I'm not necessarily talking about fire departments and stuff. Well, some fire departments do too. I can name a few. But actually, I can name several. But it's pretty common for ambulance companies to waste money on shit such as new vehicles every year, and you know, an ambulance that costs $200,000 times 5, you know, every 2 years when it's not needed, and they are known to waste. I've seen so much bad spending when it comes to healthcare and pre-hospital healthcare that it would make you sick. A lot of the financial problems that pre-hospital care, like private ambulance companies have, are usually but not all the time, but usually they're self-induced. And I can back that up with fact and experience. And the shitty part is, a lot of the times, especially like northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin, eastern Iowa, it doesn't matter if it's a fire department or a private ambulance service, the employees are paid shit. I'm sorry, $18 an hour for a paramedic is shit. That's a joke. $18 an hour ain't that much money. Especially when a lot of them are stuck working 36 hours, not a full 40. But still, like, I mean, 18, yeah, I would say that's an okay wage, but that's not, I mean, that's somebody that's responsible for caring for sick and injured people. 18 an hour? What a joke. But what a lot of these, like Northern Illinois has done this recently, over the past like 7 years. There used to be a lot of like on-call type fire departments and stuff that would have an ambulance, and they would typically pay people, they were like volunteers, but they weren't like really volunteers because they were still getting some money. They were just doing it because, they were good members of the community, but they got a little bit of a stipend at the end of it, to kind of compensate for their time. So they might get like $2 an hour while they're on call, and then like $8 an hour while they're actually like in the back of the ambulance. But they only get maybe 2 calls a day, if even, and they would just do it out of the goodness of their heart, and it always worked fine. But now you see a lot of these these fire departments acting as if they're private fire departments, which is actually common in the Northeast. There's quite a few private fire departments in the Northeast, which is a scary thought. But a lot of these fire departments, now what they're doing is they're contracting with other private ambulance services to provide their staff. So what they've done is totally shit on all of their, if you want to call them volunteers, by saying, hey, you're not good enough to be here, you got to go work for this other company, and then they're going to put you in a uniform for us. And then what that does is that creates an HR nightmare, and you get these private ambulance services that treat people like garbage, and it's people don't end up getting a living wage then. There's 2 that come to mind, and I'm not saying this to like dog on anybody. This isn't me, trashing anyone, so don't take it as that. This is just open dialogue. There's honest to God, there's like legitimate people in the chat asking about this kind of stuff. There's 2 that come to mind, and I can back this up with fact in this tri-state area. Number 1 is Paramount Ambulance out of Dubuque. They have done such shady stuff. They work their people so bad that they actually had an ambulance rear end an anhydrous ammonia tanker. Not an anhydrous ammonia trailer on a pickup. I mean a tanker, like a semi. Rear-ended them on a bridge, blew up, and caused a hazmat situation that covered half the town because of the anhydrous leak. And some state did an investigation or something, and it turned out the person basically had been doing nothing but like driving for the past 24 hours. That's not the EMT's fault for driving. That is the company's fault. And you know how much that guy was making? It came out $16 an hour. He got killed because he fell asleep being worked to death for $16 an hour. Private ambulance company. Exhibit B. The next one is that always comes to mind is this Metro Medical out of frickin' Rockford. A guy named Dan that I used to work with quit there because there's not the guy that owns it is like a compulsive OCD dude and like wife beater kind of guy, but the guy under him, I'm not going to say full names, but his name is Jeff, but I'm not going to say the last name. But this guy is like borderline pedo and like constantly is like going after girls and stuff that are like way half his age, like that creep I told you at this ambulance company. And like, how is that a healthy environment? And these private ambulance services are starting to get rich. The owners are getting rich because they're taking $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 a year. Well, probably more than that, $800,000 something a year from these small, whether it's small fire departments, small communities that don't have a fire department, that need an ambulance, whatever. They contract with them, they get a bunch of money, and then they only pay their employees $16, $17, $18 an hour, and they stuff the rest in their pockets. That's how they do it. It's lucrative, and it's disgusting, and it should be illegal. All right, well, it shouldn't be illegal, but there should be stricter guidelines on it. You know? But it's just, it's terrible. You know, it's just, you can't, these guys, like, what happens is, like, you've got some of the most dedicated people when it comes to EMS and fire most of the time. And the spirit gets crushed when it's like, oh, hey, you do an awesome job. Like, yeah, good job for doing all that, but, you know, here's $16, $17, or $18 an hour. Like, it's not right. But these people will continue to do it because it's the job they want to do. But the opportunities for pre-hospital care providers up here in this area, and when I say this area, I don't necessarily mean like Chicago. I mean like Madison, Wisconsin, Rockford, Illinois, Dubuque, Iowa, like this kind of tri-state area. The opportunities are so crappy for these people. You know, it's terrible because, I don't know, there's a guy in a town I used to live in, and he's assistant fire chief, and I've known him for probably going on, let's see, 6 years plus 2, about 8 to 9 years now, and we've had conversations frequently about, kind of funny, like, it's apparently, you know, second in command, but should be the first in command, but politics and stuff. But we have this constant conversation all the time. Every time we run into each other, talk to each other, it's this constant, like, what happened to the fire service 10 years ago? It used to be that when you went to go be, you know, the fire department or EMS, you were looked at as a high standard. You carried yourself well. You didn't brag about your position. You did your job to the best of your ability, and you were humble. And that's gone these days. Not totally, but you got so many of these little young punks. You know, you'll get a 19, 20-year-old come in there and start acting like they own the place. And it used to be that you earned your stripes. Even like when I started in this, you know, 10 years ago this year. You know, I had to earn the respect. What happened is I was the snotty asshole who was basically just given a job and given a position of leadership, like, with no experience. And I took it seriously, and I think I did a good job at it, you know, and I had a good mentor and stuff. But, you know, we saw it there too, where, you know, people, you know, that were older than I with more experience didn't want me in that position until they, you know, earned some respect for me, you know, realizing I wasn't an idiot. But, you know, you used to have to earn respect and stuff, and now it's almost like it's just a cluster. It's a free for what it is. It's like, one of the ways we've described it is it's almost like a horror fest. Like, it's a bunch of guys and girls, not all the time, but like these young kids, like, it's almost like they do it to look important so they can show off for a girl or a guy, and then they, you know, it's a competition how many people they can screw at the freaking place. Like, this damn ambulance company I used to work for, that's literally all it was just people having sex with each other that worked there. Like, I'm dead serious. Like, it's kind of gross. Like, it's like company inbreeding. You know, I'm not just talking about like 1 or 2 people having a relationship, because that's actually where I met Nikki. But I'm talking about, like, it was literally like a circle. Like, oh, you get bored with this one, go to the next one. And it's just like, this is not what public safety is. You know, you saw that whore police officer in, what was it? Whatever that in Tennessee, you remember her? I think her name was Megan. The one that was basically like having sex with everybody on the police department. And then she felt she was discriminated against when she was fired. Yeah, screw you, lady. Laverne Police Department, that's what it was. Like, that's not good. They should have fired that whole police department. Like, that's not who you want showing up when you call for help. You don't want these people that don't take their job seriously. And that's kind of what public safety has turned into a lot. And I think a lot of it's just this new generation of kids that's coming up. And maybe also, like, you know, some of it is the company cultures and everything. You know, when you treat your employees like shit, and they're going to be shit. So it's not all like it's the employee's fault. But I tell you, folks, these very lucrative business is the pre-hospital care world, and it's not a good one. Let me tell you. No, there's not a family video. It's out of business. It's just the building. This town's a dump. Everybody that lives here is so upset with the leadership. Like, there's crime. It's dirty. It's too bad because this used to be a nice town like 10 years ago, and it's just gotten so dirty. Poor leadership. So that over there on the left is the gas station where the company debit card, not credit card, company debit card always got declined on me trying to get fuel. Sounds like there's going to be a tornado watch coming out for Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Brady, there is Crispy Crunch chicken somewhere, I'm pretty sure. Good question. $3,500 a month for health insurance? Holy shit, at that point it probably pays to not have it. No, I agree, folks. Like, health insurance in this country is screwed up, and I know there's politics on the left and the right. But one thing we can all agree on is neither party has actually fixed it. We need to get both parties to actually fix this shit and not just talk about it. That's the problem. Alright, so we're coming up on the left here. We're going to have dumpster ambulance service here. This is where I spent way too many years of my life and my effort. This is the place to tell you about all the bad things that happened. Be over here on the left. I don't even know if it's still in business. Oh, they are still in business. Oh, I'll be shit. Yeah. Oh my God. That piece of shit freaking ambulance that I destroyed is sitting out front. Oh. Alright, well, at the risk of being trespassed, I think I'll do a drive-by real quick again here. Yeah, so there's this really shitty ambulance that I kind of... Well, it broke down, and then I think I destroyed it trying to fix it. But, yeah, so if anybody wants to know, I'm not harassing or anything. I'm just driving around showing people, you know, my past life, because people like that. But thankfully, this is a shared driveway. There is a construction company or a roofing company or whatever that's right next door. And it's a shared driveway, so we'll just go over to the construction company. No, that is not the ambulance that started on fire. You may be referring to the van that was on fire, though. I know it's really hard to keep this shit straight. I tell you what, Matt, Southwest Health's come a long way, though. Just from what it started as. Alright, watch this shit. Oh my God, does Judy work here again? Oh yeah, there it is. There's that piece of shit right there. That one right there. Yep, piece of shit. God, I kind of missed that piece of shit, though. Yeah, so here we are visiting this construction company that just happens to be at the right in the same driveway. All right, here we are leaving this construction company. So this piece of shit came from Pine Village, Indiana. That truck right there, that came from Pine Village, Indiana. That was actually a pretty nice truck until it got destroyed. So yeah, there you go. Oh, really? Cuba City? Did they get rid of their ambulance in Cuba City? interstate shut them down. That's not good. Yeah, we can go check out some of the rural locations. It looks like there's some heavier snow about to move in from the west. Oh, there goes my drink. God dang it. Yeah, so usually with these snow systems like this, it's a good idea to get out in like the rural areas where the plows aren't plowing so much. No, I don't regret not going south one bit. This is in my backyard and it's a substantial snowstorm, so you know, it's kind of what I prefer to do, honestly. Take a drive through town here. Might want to, yeah, we'll go check out some rural areas, take some rural county roads and kind of go from there. But there is a heavier pocket of snow moving in from the west. Yeah, I do regret not buying the dinosaur. That's a good question. We're gonna have to figure out some way to move that Brady, because I don't think tying a rope around its neck and dragging it all the way home is gonna work. I have to get like a flatbed or a tow truck or something, I guess. Once I get that figured out, I'll let you know. Let's see, best potential for moderate to heavy snow, 1 inch per hour, now through 1:30.
to 10389 Kittleson Road for a 87-year-old male feeling weak.
No, there's nothing wrong. This snowstorm's right on forecast, guys. We are it's been snowing for 3 hours. Now, it's going to be snowing until like midnight, so we're 3 hours into a 16-hour snowstorm. So I've been getting a lot of shit about that on Twitter, but it's like we're 3 hours into it, folks. It's you know, we're talking about, you know, depending on where you're at. Now, this is a very broad statement, 4 to 10 inches. You know, it's not all going to show up in the first 3 hours. We've got you know, some snow to come here, folks. We got people going on. I don't know why, but they're going off. It must be the flat earthers going off on me on Twitter right now about it. No, it started snowing at about 8 a.m., so we're 3 to 4 hours into this, so we've got time. I mean, this is right about what I expected, honestly, for the most part. I don't know why the frick we're stopping for a green light. God dang. People. I think this guy's lost. We're looking at Saturday as the next like severe weather chase day, and that's a big reason why I didn't really give a crap about going down there today, because we've got Saturday. Saturday looks to be a bigger day. All right, well, let's actually no, let's go to the next one. Let's take a drive out. Let's head back a little bit north. We'll try to meet this heavy pocket of snow that's coming in. But we'll take some back roads. Thanks for joining, though, folks. Be sure to subscribe into the channel there. It's free. Try to find some unplowed roads. Shouldn't be too hard in this area. So we'll go a little bit west of town and then go north and get into the heavier snow. I said, we probably will end up making a pass over toward Milwaukee. Wait a little bit for that lake effect type snow to start setting up. That'll enhance the totals a little bit. Is this my road? No, it's not. Take the next north option here when we get one. I found the plow. Barely moving too. Alright, hopefully we come up on a north option here shortly. Might be a little bit though by the looks of it. We'll go north and head up toward this heavier band, and then consider if we're gonna do Milwaukee or Iowa. There's actually a significantly heavier snow coming in out of eastern Iowa here shortly, so this thing's probably just getting started now. I'm gonna go around him. He's doing like 10 miles an hour. I think he's trying to let us pass, but we're gonna go around. Snowflakes are bigger now, though, that's for sure. But yeah, we'll go get into some more populated areas and see what happens. But it's nice to see that heavier snow kind of starting to come in. This was mentioned by a couple of different Weather Service discussions also, with the snowfall picking up early to mid-afternoon, and it's looking like that's about what's going to start happening here momentarily. up on a north road here. This guy stays on this side of the road over here, it'd be great. Big ass trees that got cut down, holy shit. Alright, so we'll go north, we'll get up toward like Highway 20 and reevaluate, but it looks like there's a heavy portion of snow starting to come into Illinois over by Dubuque. It's going to be making it this way here. Starting to snow a little heavier. So the problem with radar data is it's not always really good with snow, because sometimes the snow is dry, sometimes it's wet. It's kind of hard to depict it on radar sometimes. Like, radar is finally starting to fill in. I don't think it was really ever not snowing here. I think it was just really dry snow. It wasn't really fine particles, it wasn't really getting picked up. But the heavy snow, it's coming, folks. Honestly, it's almost here. About to get into it here in a couple minutes, couple miles, well, 10-15 minutes maybe. So just issued that tornado watch down there for parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. know, folks. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a couple of strong tornadoes down there today. But it's also getting into that time of the year where that starts to become a regular thing down there. Yeah, you're going to get some of that lake enhancement over there in the Milwaukee area. So we probably will end up there at some point later on once that starts up. So we're probably going to see the heaviest totals over there, actually.
Respond to the 4000 block of Mao Road for a male that spun out and hit a power pole. Unsure of any injuries. Your assignment is green EMS, green clear at 1208. 2025 at 1207.
Highway 20 here shortly. It should be any minute now, over the hill. Probably could actually just go west a little bit, get into the heavy snow, and then evaluate. Maybe that's what we should do. Just go drive right into it instead of waiting for it. This guy's just barely moving along though here. Holy crap. this is the highway up here. So goal is going to be to get around this guy. Oh, he's turning right. Okay, good. Even more reason for us to turn left. Yeah, so just west of here, it's dumping snow, by the looks of it on radar anyway. Go out toward the county line, we should be able to get into some heavy stuff.
Reference, he's about 35,000 gross. He's got a busted airline. Jackknife.
Probably here, whatever road comes up, takes us through Leanon, maybe go north, because this snow band is kind of, if you look at radar, it's kind of like collapsing and starting to fill into the south. So I think it's kind of coming down to meet us here, looks like. So, let's see, the radar loop. Probably leaning toward getting into the snow and then see if we can just follow it east and then end up ending up in the Milwaukee area. I don't know, these snowstorms, if you want to call them that we get out in this area are always, I mean, even if you get 2 feet of snow, it doesn't cause this mass panic that it does in these more populated areas, just never does. so you can't really expect to see that, but it definitely looks like the snow rate is finally picking up on us, though.
Go ahead.
But it looks like by the time we get to the turnoff here in a mile or two,
On I-39,
we shouldn't have to go very far.
I-39, there's a semi blocking the exit ramp. Unknown if it's disabled or cracked. This info came from Columbia County Highways.
Any minute now. So I should go to the next one. Here's our turn. And of course, probably the same direction this truck's going. Nope, he's going the other way. Good. Really didn't feel like being stuck behind that.
I'm gonna turn around.
Alright, so it's already starting to snow a little heavier. We'll head up toward the state line, and it's just going to start snowing harder and harder the farther north we go, by the looks of it.
66359. That's right, you boys. 603.
We'll stay in the rural areas though, so we can. We'll stay in the rural areas though, so we can kind of get more of the snow, because the highways are going to be clear. They're just going to be plowing them, you know. looks like it's starting to build up on the roads again here quicker. So these are those heavier snowfall rates that we're going to need to get any sort of decent snow totals out of this. But even just all of our modeling and even the forecast discussions from the Weather Service today said the same thing. It's going to be early to mid-afternoon before the snow really picks up. And now it's starting to become early afternoon. Here we go. So.
Did the caller advise if it is right near the bridge on the county line? Do I have to go into Illinois and turn around?
Relayed from the county.
Careful. When you get to the road, just take this.
Shit, this guy's barely moving too. Pretty good snowfall right now. This is like what we saw when we kind of started back by Janesville there, when it really started to dump. It's hard for the camera to really show you because fine little white particles don't get really picked up on the stream, but it's coming down pretty hard now. So this is what we need if we're gonna get more impressive snow totals. It looks like it's coming along here. We may need to get around this little utility truck here at some point if we want to get anywhere today here. Holy crap. He doesn't have his lights on, so I don't feel bad. Gotta turn your lights on when it's dumping snow like this.
No, 1075.
effect, folks.
140 north of this. 5 past 20 westbound, just west of Alpine. 5 past 20 westbound, just west of Alpine. A white sedan in the ditch. Unknown if it's in the median or the right ditch.
Yes, we've got a winter storm warning here, but the counties we're going to go into are just an advisory. But shit, yeah, it's really coming now, so this took us a little while to get to it, but we're here now. So this should start piling up pretty quick, even with the plows. It starts coming down this hard. It's even with keeping up with it, you're still going to have snow coming on, you know, piling up on the road and everything, even if you're plowing it.
Go ahead.
150.
Okay, 4 off.
Copy. Are you going to be able to get somebody there on the shoulder?
Firing emails for 23. I'm about 10 seconds out.
Alright, well, we're almost to where we can turn off, but I'm going to have to get around this guy. This is crazy. Definitely good to slow down, but sometimes it seems a little extreme.
Do not see any vehicle here on the side.
No problem, dude. I don't feel
502, I release 554, also 10 the vehicle, he'll be heading to the crash report. Don't miss anything.
Holy Christ. Okay, well, my patient's only got to deal with this for so long until we find a back road that we can get around on. Up here to Winslow, and we'll either go east and get on the state highway or just go straight into into Wisconsin on what'll be county roads. A lot of what's going to happen, I'm not going to lie, is going to depend on what this vehicle in front of me does. I mean, obviously it's good to slow down, but
Fire was able to
some of this has
determine
been a little
that
excessive
the
here.
Mini Cooper was just a runoff, and they were able to get out in our 10-2.
Almost to town here, if you want to call that, so I'm hoping this guy's going to turn off. Really hope.
Southbound 171
Another guy without his lights
AM
on.
southbound on ramp from 26 to southbound interstate. Jackknife truck and trailer, no injuries, and a speaker. They are using an interpreter.
10-4.
1101 at least 125.
Which way is this guy going to go? That's really going to determine here what I do.
Bound right to 36.
Alright. I'm not following him. I'm just not doing that anymore.
Eastbound, there is Maroon Oldsmobile Bravada on ramp into the through the blockage from LaSalle County. Info only.
10-4.
It's really snowing now. Alright, good. Yeah, we'll go up onto the other side of the state line here and maybe get on the state highway and head over toward Milwaukee or something. See what that all looks like.
truck, but we need a heavy duty tow to get them straightened out thoroughly.
Sorry for the slow start here, but I think we'll head over toward Milwaukee. It looks like there's a heavy pocket of snow kind of coming out of like the Rockford area too that's going up that way, so that'll keep that Interstate 43 under constant snowfall as well. But looking at the like the road map, the 511 website or whatever, it's definitely, it's got everything that's snow covered the whole way, so turn your headlights on. I don't know what it is here with Illinois drivers this morning, but you gotta turn your lights on. Pete's sakes. What the hell's going on here?
We have a semi versus car. Fire rescue at 76. Semi's partially in traffic. Trailer over top of the guardrail. Backup trailer is sticking over lane 1. The vehicle's down in the ditch.
Headboard, just dropping up here and then I'll be 76.
276 from the 155. Have a welcome.
11 Ryan, add me 146, equal to 8. We should be able to take it from here. I was advising myself, let's go for no, the 50 was a have that, keep 146 kind of 8. Go ahead, secure 60.
Another guy without his lights on. For Christ's sakes, guys, what the hell? It's pretty bad. I'm seeing a horrible ratio of people not putting them on to people that are putting them on.
1106 myself and 1120 on the scene. Everything's on the shoulder of the ramp. 1112, stay touching.
That's not a real big. Northbound, 177 northbound, semi versus right, he's on rope, no injuries on right shoulder.
137 at visual.
137.
Coming up to the state highway, we'll take that north and then get on the other state highway and go east.
Divides the county both north and south, 153 to 155 are clear ice on both sides of the interstate.
And that'll take us over to Highway 4 or Interstate 43, and then we can take Interstate 43, which looks like it's going to be having heavy snowfall on it basically the whole time here, so that's definitely not going to get any better.
spun out. It's upright.
And a bunch of cars coming. Well, I guess it's only two.
Indian.
Okay, we're just south of the crossover. Semi west.
It's a little shittier than when we first came down. It's like the other driving lane there got packed down or didn't get plowed or something. But yeah, we'll head east and start checking out like Janesville, Beloit, Milwaukee, Delavan area.
Just on the coast. These scattered nips are no good.
For the ambulance, the victim is in the median. So if they could respond to the median from the southbound side. And I need a 1051 right away for a vehicle in traffic. The Volkswagen MQV. 10-4, is this for the CMC that went through the median and is now facing southbound in the northbound lanes? Not sure what part of the crash. Looks like two separate crashes. This is just for the SUV. 10-4. 10-4.
So now we've got to got heavy snow extending from here all the way east to like Janesville. So even the state highway between here and Janesville is probably going to get pretty rough.
Henry 2561.
Pretty quick.
Adam Nora, Henry 2561. And this vehicle, this gray vehicle, is part of the semi that's facing the wrong way.
Like traffic's at a standstill, trying from the fast streets though.
10-4, we are getting multiple calls from Dane County. They're getting multiple automated 1050 calls.
Thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate your super chat. As always.
What's it for? It's the job.
Okay.
I'm clear my 1050. Where do you need to go?
Head to the 153.
Yeah, just let you know my check engine light came on. The gauges look good, so I'm going to keep going unless he wants me to come in.
Liberty is
Michael is going for now. We don't have the computer here until he gets back with it. So keep going, keep an eye on your gauges. Let us know if anything changes.
Stop it out there. Tell us that there's a bunch of crashes north of us, southbound.
I guess I'm worried when it's not on anymore.
Jerry, like I said earlier, I really don't give a shit about what's going on down there just because, I mean, this is my backyard, you know. I like to be home when stuff happens at home. We get these 10% tornado risk days down there all the time, and 90% of the time they're garbage. Total misforecast most of the time. You know, today doesn't look super great, but it definitely looks better than most days down there, but it's not something that I want to spend at least $400 on hotels, another $300 to $400 on gas, and 2 days of driving for when I've got something going on at home, you know. I don't get into this tornado chasing shit that a lot of these little adrenaline turds get into. I just don't. I mean, the weather's the weather. I mean, if something's going on, something's going on. That's really all I care about. I mean, we see tornadoes all the time, and especially down there, I'll take a guaranteed snowstorm where you know you have something to do than something down there where you're potentially going to not see anything at all, more than likely, just because of the terrain and road network. So I've been answering that question all morning. I have absolutely no regrets not going down there, period. Especially considering that we have Saturday, which Saturday is probably going to end up being a pretty high-end day. A pretty high-end day. I don't know if it's, I mean, unless something changes between now and then, which it could, but if as long as nothing changes between now and then, we're probably looking at a pretty significant severe weather day on Saturday. So I'm kind of more interested in that day than today anyway.
Pull up here in about 2 minutes. If you could contact stay in the highway, we have them stay behind me. We'll have to clear this lane of all the snow before we can open it back up.
east-west state roads that we're going to get on here just in a minute, they're probably going to, I mean, I would be surprised if they're actually in good shape. Wisconsin usually does a decent job with the roads, but they also kind of drop the ball here quite a bit on these state highways more often than you would think they would. So we will see. But you know, with heavy snow ongoing from pretty much here all the way to Milwaukee along like Interstate 43 and stuff, it's, even if you're plowing it and keeping up with the plow, you know, with the plowing, it's still going to get covered. Yeah, I think most of the schools just closed for today, which, I mean, I guess that makes sense because the afternoon commute's probably going to be a pain.
142.
This is a self-help, like one calls at the 115 northbound. They're going for a white Ford F-150. There's a vehicle to the right. There's no blockage or injuries. Again, this is a self-help.
Good work.
For 43, Dane County Highways is coming through to dump. Oh.
Yeah, in person it's definitely snowing hard, but they're kind of small flakes, so you can't really see very well on camera. But I mean, this is probably half an inch an hour snow rates. If it keeps this up, you know, you could be on the higher end of totals here.
Like semi, automated, it's off a little bit.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised to still be on the higher end.
122.10.7 GG phone set the top off.
146.
122.
146.
You have one at the 158 over 4 northbound.
You should put it.
It's on the right shoulder.
See if we've got any updates here. Found the Sunday drivers here. haven't gotten crap for snow up here all year. I mean, it's just been dry. It hasn't even been that cold. It's supposed to be pretty cold all week now, but it's kind of the first or second time here. Usually we've had quite a bit of snow, but I don't even remember. I don't even think we've had snow that's actually sat on the ground for more than just like a day or two. So you never know, this might be our one and only good accumulating snow up here. Wouldn't that be something? It's definitely possible. I mean, we're getting to the point, you know, once March comes around, I mean, it'll be cold up here, you know, but it's not, you don't really get these hard, really cold weeks and days like we do this time of year, so your chances of any snow sticking around really goes down. But sometimes we get some good snowstorms in March. They just don't last long.
No crash at this time. I'm heading south and clear. It's just 174, turn 2.
10-4, we just took another 1050 PDO on the westbound side of the 153.8. A gray heavy Malibu on the right shoulder and a box truck.
For a small Ford D-Max, you have to lap it. Want to go with?
This highway is actually in better shape than it usually is. But we've actually got consistent, moderate snow here across the board, which is what we were lacking earlier. Earlier, we just had the spotty crap. So now we can actually get a shot at this accumulating more.
At the 155 northbound, about 100 feet off the road down a hill. Previous is 76 for it, and they were advised that there wouldn't be a trooper on scene.
So we'll head toward Milwaukee, and we're starting to see some of that lake effect set up here shortly. No, I'm not going to Michigan.
151.
Go ahead.
Maybe you're towing 76. will also be 76 for Alexis.
10-4. 643.
All perfect.
I want to start the another 1050 to 158 behind me. Pickup truck with a trailer. The right ditch. I could hit one of the road signs.
10-4.
11-29. If they can give me a phone call or cell phone. We got 3 summers out here. They're in the lane traffic. They're going to need to be recovered. Possible alternate route on the other fire as well. If they can give me a call, please.
I don't know, guys. We'll see what happens. Still winter storm warnings that go all the way back toward Omaha. So Omaha all the way to Milwaukee, winter storm warnings.
Eleven 17, 11 29, 1620. Up to 154, we got about 5 crashes here. Where these heavies are needing to go. They're in the traffic.
About 131.
Yeah, we'll go get on 43. It'll take us a while to get over there. We'll go down to Beloit, and then we'll get on 43 and
Clear that look
head that
possibly
way.
structurally unsafe. I need one for a tractor trailer for 80,000 pounds. I need another one that's going to have to take semi-trailer, an Amazon semi-trailer that's basically bowed in half.
Found the slowdown. Pretty used to this. You're going, no problems, and then boom, all of a sudden everyone slows down. We'll turn off up here pretty soon. Hopefully everybody else goes straight.
The tractor, semi New York, a portion 31940, small freight. 31940, small freight.
FST truck. FST is looking it out now. It's like you want to kind of play some disregard costs with.
Well, we're losing 2 of the, like, 5 cars, so that's a start.
And help truck is on scene over the elevation.
trailer, someone can shut down the on ramp 158. Looks like yeah, another trooper. 2202, I've got the on ramp. Probably.
Alright, well, unfortunately, I think all these guys are going to turn, but we should have a shot to get around them. Oh, maybe not. Good.
This will be the Unit 2 trailer, Unit 2 trailer, trailer flight 2. I'm going to get back to you by VIN because the fleet's missing.
So visibility is going back down again. It's almost like we got a little bit of blowing snow happening out here now.
Henry 0, K King and Nora 2272828. Let me find the state for it.
Floor.
In the trailer, one to go. RO's on their way.
Christ. One little spot of ice on the whole frickin' road, and of course we find it.
Bridging heavies.
So anyway, yeah, roads are a little slippery, but I mean, they're fine as long as you're ready for it.
1117.
But you can see the farther east we go, it's roads are getting covered, almost completely covered.
Oh. What are we doing?
126 southbound, 126 southbound. A black Jeep Wrangler versus a dark blue SUV. No injuries. Black Jeep's on the median shoulder, blue SUV on the right shoulder, no blockage.
494.
we should be under consistent snow, so that'll keep things from being too terribly boring here, because we'll actually have continuous snow. Because when you get those breaks in the snow, it just, even if you get heavy bursts of heavy snow with those breaks in there, everything just gets caught up on so fast. But this is actually pretty crappy shape for this road. Usually they don't let it go this bad. I mean, it's not in that bad a shape, but usually they take a little better care of it.
You can disregard Xavier for the call to 160 northbound the road truck there, but the thing for here is clear.
Is that the red Tacoma?
143 is 10 for 81.
Taking first, but yeah, the red pickup 160 northbound with the front end damage, they can disregard.
143.
122 is 10
That is actually going to be a PDO 1050 for the red knows with a damage.
150 barely 10-7 road clearing off my...
Okay, I'll head to that if it's Xavier's going by me now, so I'll just follow them up to that one.
Thank you.
Lane will fill up there, we'll get bilingual.
Probably stopping at gas right before the interstate in Beloit there. I just gotta make sure I stop somewhere that takes Apple Pay, because I don't have my wallet. It's kind of important, apparently. I don't even know where it's at. I hope it's somewhere at home. So otherwise that's gonna be a real shitty trip south, only being able to use Apple Pay, which is primarily what I use anyway, but you know, still you need the card in some places. God, there's probably a good 1.5 to 2 inches of snow on the road here in spots now. Just feel it dragging on the tires more. So I think we made the right choice coming this way.
The driver of the van is described as a skinny white male. The mouth of the van went towards the TA unknown direction after that.
Okay.
Looks like they tornado warned. Hold on a second. Which one was it? I think it's the storm down by Hattiesburg. I think. Now it disappeared. What the frick? No, it's the storm over there by Marksville, southeast of Alexandria, Louisiana. It's got a tornado warning.
From the rear side.
I'd to report down, so by RE, I'll have to check it.
10-4, I was advised of the hold down. vehicle since it being in the roadway. No injuries.
Yeah, I don't get excited about like the tornado stuff anymore because I mean, yeah, it's different when you've got tornadoes out in the like out in the plains where there's like really nothing. But guys, I'm sick of seeing people's lives get destroyed. Like, I don't honestly get any joy out of that. Like, it's almost depressing when you get this shit happening down there. And like, I see so much of this on social media about, woo, everybody get excited, we got strong tornadoes today. It's like, that's awesome, but like, you know, some people start getting killed. Like, that's kind of shitty. So yeah, I don't get excited. I mean, obviously still, you know, I want to be there, but it's not. When you get these tornadoes down south like that, where they're particularly deadly, not because of any meteorological reason, but just from the fact that you can't see them coming, the road networks are shit. You know, you get a lot of low-income people down there with, you know, piss-poor housing. They don't have ways to receive these warnings, stuff like that. Even if it's no fault of their own, you know, it's just, they're particularly deadly down there, and they move fast, and it's not like a plains tornado that you see coming for 35 miles straight. You know, it's really not something we want to see. Like, you know, I look down there and I see, you know, tornado potential, and yeah, if you're down there as a storm chaser, like, yeah, I understand, like, being happy to be out there and stuff, but it comes, there's an ethics thing here that's in question too, where it's like, you know, how much should we really be getting excited for the potential for storms that are most likely going to kill people, or at least destroy their lives. And that's a huge ethics conflict with me. The reason that I can get excited about tornadoes out in the plains is because it's most likely not going to impact anybody. Like, you get a tornado out in the middle of nowhere, it's most likely not impacting anybody. Most of the places we chase out there, you know, west of the Mississippi River and stuff, you know, most of the time it doesn't impact anybody, especially west of I-35. It can, but it usually doesn't. But there's a huge ethics conflict for me. Now, I'm starting to think I might be the only one with this, but there's a huge ethics conflict when it comes to like these tornadoes in these areas where the tornadoes are particularly deadly. Because even if one forms and it's not long tracked, it's still likely to hit somebody just because of population density and stuff like that. So I have a really hard time getting any sort of enthusiasm for tornado type weather down there. I mean, don't get me wrong, like if it's happening or whatever, I'm going to try to see it and we're going to do what we can. But that's not really my excitement or any sort of like urge to see tornadoes being impactful. That's more of, I think it's my job to be there and show you guys what's happening. I know that we don't do like scientific experiments or anything, but it's kind of a scientific methodology or like a public safety methodology. You know, it's like, I feel like, well, we need to do our best to be on it and to see it. It's going to happen because it's how we can help the warning process. I don't really get excited or enthused about these Dixie Alley type setups when it looks like it could be a deadly situation, because that's just I don't know, to me that's a huge ethics conflict. It goes against absolutely everything that I stand for. So I just don't I just don't get off on that. There's people that literally get like sexually aroused over this stuff. It's really weird. Like, I'm not throwing stones at anybody, but like, if you just scroll on Twitter, it's almost like people are out there rooting for death, because that's essentially what you get when you get tornadoes down there very often, is death. And, you know, it's one thing to forecast. It's one thing to forecast and be like, oh, wow, look at this, is going to be crazy. But it's another thing to be like just rooting for this stuff. I don't know. It's just, that is a huge ethic problem for me. It's really hard for me to get excited about it. You know, it's totally different when we're talking about the potential for tornadoes, you know, anywhere else, like Oklahoma, you know, Texas, New Mexico, Colorado. A lot of tornadoes in eastern Colorado. That's probably one of the most places I've seen tornadoes. But Nebraska, you know, these places where when you get a tornado, it's not as likely to be impactful to people. Even if you get a strong tornado out in the middle of the field, I mean, yeah, it's an impressive tornado, but it's likely not going to hit anybody. You know, it's just down south like that. You've got fast storm motions just because, you know, all that moisture advects off the Gulf. Usually you've got really strong, you know, mid and upper level winds that push these storms along. There's just a lot going that makes these things move quicker down there. You know, out in the plains we might get 15 miles per hour to 35 miles per hour tornadoes, but down in the south, like this Dixie Alley stuff, we might get 45 mile an hour to 75 mile per hour moving tornadoes, usually like 50, 60, and you can't even chase that. You just have to be, basically the only way to chase that is to get in its path. It's really tough to do, but that also means that when a tornado warning gets issued, it's moving fast, so people are going to have less warning because it's covering ground faster. You know, it might only be, you think about it, if you get a long track tornado that's on the ground for an hour, if it's moving at 70 miles an hour, it's going to go across like 65 miles roughly in that hour. You know, between 60 and 70 miles, give or take how the storm motion is in an hour. That's a long distance as the crow flies. You know, it's, you can talk about wiping out multiple cities in that scenario. So, you know, we've seen it happen. You know, it's not a good situation, and I think the proper way to go about chasing down there is to make sure that, you know, you're more focused on like a content creation standpoint. Or maybe not, that's not the right word, but more of like a public awareness model. You know, I mean, you might get excited about storms and everything and be happy to be out there, but you've got to balance it, because it's going to be really defeating if there's people that, you know, see, you know, enthusiasm for what's likely going to be a deadly situation, and that can come back to bite you in the ass. So you got to be careful with, I guess, how you manage it. That's why I don't, and I genuinely don't get excited about going down there. I mean, I want to be down there. Like, I look forward to going down there because it's warm, it's nice weather, it's doing what I enjoy doing. But, you know, the second we start worrying about tornadoes, then it's a huge conflict. And, you know, the risk of death and people getting hurt definitely outweighs. Because I've seen a lot of it, folks. You know, you got to remember, too, like, I stop at every single, you know, we've got tornado damage or something, you know, I stop. And that means that I have to deal with some pretty gruesome shit. And a lot of these chasers, they just go and they videotape it. And I think that's disgusting. But they say, oh, well, we're media, it's our job. Okay, cool. Yeah, you know what, you're right. It's not your job to help anybody. But there's this thing called, like, ethics and morals. But whatever, you know, nobody has those anymore. So F that, I guess. But, you know, it's really hard to get excited. Like, for example, you know, the whole Rolling Fork, Silver City thing comes to mind. Like, guys, the stuff that I had to deal with down there was absolutely, like, morbid, okay? You know, I'm not talking about broken legs and stuff. Like, we're talking about, like, and I'm going to try to use, you know, more complex terms so I don't, like, trigger the algorithm here to, like, start blocking me. But, you know, we're talking about, like, pretty severe abdominal eviscerations and stuff. And, like, you can go ahead and Google that if you want to know how disgusting and horrible that is. But, like, pretty severe, like, abdominal eviscerations. And you've got, you know, people with basically parts missing, you know, and still somehow alive. You know, it's really hard to get enthused for that potential. You know, I mean, we have to be people too. You know, it's sometimes I think the media, storm chasers, enthusiasts, whatever, forget that, you know, you've got to be people as well. No, Jen, yes. I, you know what, like, I've decided, I used to get canceled when I would talk about this kind of stuff because of Twitter, and people don't like me because I'm good at my job, basically. And I've honestly, especially after January, I've learned that I don't care. So you're welcome for me talking about it, but yeah, like, that's why I'm so much more open about this stuff anymore. Like, I really don't care. You know, people want to go and email partners and write their Twitter posts. I just don't care. You know, people want to armchair quarterback because I make an illegal U-turn that everybody else makes. Like, I just don't care. And I just don't care anymore. And that's kind of why I've been so much more willingly open about a lot of this stuff, because I know that the true audience wants to see this and know about this. Like, that's why you're all here. Like, that's why, you know, you're watching this channel. It's just, it would be lying if I didn't bring up how some of this stuff works. And that's why, you know, I've been trying to do the live streams and stuff about, you know, preparedness and stuff like that, and how to not get killed in these situations. And, you know, the response that I get off of Twitter is I get the Adam Lucios and the Jordan Halls. They come in and they just try to eat me alive and tell me what a piece of crap I am every time. And I just don't care, because that you get 5 to 10 other storm chasers who are whiny about everything that I or Reed or any other successful chaser does that's not attached to some media broker. They get whiny about it because they see us out here doing something that they want to do, they apparently can't figure out, and they throw a fit about it. Well, that's not the general public, and I tell other professional chasers this all the time. They get upset with it. What whether Twitter says doesn't matter at all. Period. We don't make content for storm chasers. I don't expect storm chasers to watch my live stream. I would expect them to go chase a storm. I don't watch other storm chasers because I'm out here doing a job. So, like, we're not out here to make storm chasing content appeal to people on Twitter. It's the general public. And what I get, the feedback I get from the general public and the audience, which is you guys, the people that actually matter, because you're the ones that consume the content, is I and a few other people out here, we're not doing anything wrong. We're doing what we're supposed to do. So I have learned that these other people, they're going to hate and whine and bitch and moan about every freaking thing you do, and write their little emails and their Twitter posts and do everything they can to paint us to be the bad people. But really, I feel bad for them that they've got absolutely nothing better to do than that. So, and I quit giving a shit, because why should I give a shit about 5 to 10 arrogant jerks on Twitter that don't even do what I do? They think they do, but they don't. You know, when the general public and the audience thinks we're doing just fine. So that's why I quit caring. And you probably noticed that lately, the past few months, I've been really short with the trolls, like, or the hating, like the online bullying. I've been real short with it. You know, these people were going after Reed the other day. Yesterday? I think it was yesterday. And I'm just like, you know, I instantly, boom, I'm right there on every shitty comment. I'm just like, you know, go pound sand, asshole. Like, you know, get a life, worry about yourself. You know, I have absolutely zero time for it. Honestly, I feel like I was put in this position. Like, I feel like I'm in a place where I have to respond to that stuff. Like, because there are people out here who don't have self-esteem, and, like, they've got fragile minds, and, like, they can't handle being bullied online. And I feel like sometimes it's important for somebody with a following and an established brand to step in and say, hey, this isn't okay, leave them the hell alone. I'm not saying that's Reed, but, like, you see this with some of these other, like, new storm chasers and new content creators where people just treat them like crap, and nobody comes in to back them up, and all they see are nasty people telling them how shitty they are, and not one person will come in and stand up for them. Well, I'm willing to do it. And, you know, I get yelled at or canceled and shit for doing that, which, whatever, I don't care. But I think somebody's has to do it. Nobody else is willing to do it, so somebody's got to do it. You know, it's not right to sit there and watch people just get squashed. So that's why I've been really impatient with people. Because my opinion is, if you're gonna just bully people on the internet, like, absolutely no patience. Like, screw the understanding. Like, you're just trash. Just get out. You know, if you want to be a jerk on the internet, like, that's fine. But if you're gonna be a bull of trash, then like, screw you. No patience. Just get out, kind of thing. That's totally the mentality that I've kind of taken on, and a lot of people don't agree with it, but I do. You know. What I guess my question is, if anybody's got a problem with it, you know, how come celebrities and stuff can do that, but I can't? You know, you get, like, celebrities and people on TV and shit, and they do the same thing. Well, people go after them, but apparently I'm held to a different standard because I'm on YouTube, so that's kind of a crock, you know? It's just, that's what I don't like about Twitter, is the nastiness. I understand it's important to have free speech on social media, but it's just sad that people are so quick to be bullying and nasty anymore, you know? And it's true about the comment about it's easier behind a keyboard. You know, folks, like, I'm telling you, we could have a real psychologist, like, actually look at this and write a book. I've noticed the keyboard effect. You know, people don't feel... I think a lot of the times people are so quick to fight behind a keyboard is because they don't see... Like, it's like they don't realize they're bullying a person. They're just bullying another social media screen or keyboard or something. I think they're forgetting and losing touch with reality that, like, they're treating a person like crap. You know what I'm saying? So I think that is an actual, like, psychological effect. I really do. Yeah, I totally support Reed telling these people off. I'm glad he does. But yeah, they're upset at him because he's not going to this chaser convention or whatever, because he's got to go chase storms. Well, last I knew, he was a storm chaser, and it was his job to chase storms. So to expect him to bail out on it for what could be a very big severe weather day on Saturday, that seems stupid to not expect him to do that. And they were just treating him like shit on the internet. Oh, people bought tickets to go see you. Well, they're not paying Reed to go do this, you know? So, and if people are buying tickets to some convention that Reed might or might not be at, knowing that he's a storm chaser and he's going to go chase storms, like, that seems a little silly to me. And then to go treat him like crap over it, that seems a little asinine, you know? Seems a little bit whiny, a little crybaby-ish to me, if I've ever heard.
What they're trying to do, so we can
just saying.
So there's no more crash.
I don't know. I don't go to that storm chasing convention. I just don't have any interest in that, because all the people, most of the people there are people that have just been nasty and bullies to me on the internet, and I really don't want to sit there in a room full of them and have them fake be nice to my face and then go back to their hotel rooms and talk shit about me. So I have absolutely zero interest in that. Absolutely zero interest. Yeah, they're celebrity chasers, not storm chasers, not fans. Yeah, that's the truth. Yeah, we're in Beloit right now, guys. We're gonna be on Interstate 43 toward Chicago, not Jesus Christ, Milwaukee here pretty soon. You hate sourdough bread. I've never had it. That's random, but yeah, I've never had that.
It's on the westbound side. It's just a red light portion of the turning arrow light.
But thanks everybody for joining the stream so far. We're out here kind of trying to get toward Milwaukee. I think that's where the big story of the day is going to be here with the snow. My radar data hasn't updated. What the hell's going on here? My iPad's froze up again here or something. There we go. That's what I wanted. Yes, there's consistent snow happening all the way to Milwaukee. And with consistent snow happening all the way, that means the roads ain't gonna get any better. But meanwhile, all this is happening, we've got the severe weather going on down south. Tornado watches are out.
Alright, Fair 845 is going to be clear and available. No transport.
We have a vehicle that went under a fence. Measured after telling them that. What's today?
Want to go there, or you want to?
Temper, go ahead with the...
Illinois PC, Adam Robert, 26187, AR 26187, US. You need a flatbed, I believe.
We're almost through town. It takes forever to get through this town. Always takes forever. Oh, somebody ran into the frickin' wall up here, it looks like. Bridge is probably pretty icy. Ah, shit. There we go. Oh, there we go. There's the shame shot.
I'm keyed all the way to the
Oh, there's a bunch of cars.
I didn't see any jackknife semi, just north of 183, north of south.
Yeah,
So they all just bumped into each other or something.
179.
179.
Barely. Like, nobody's got it. Like, barely a scratch on any of those.
Bad speaker. Looks like he has an elbow injury, but he's walking around.
129, do you copy?
129, copy, I'll be 76.
1.
Yeah, honestly, like, none of those vehicles look like they were even in a wreck, so they all got out pretty lucky, I would say. This is 2 lanes. I'm just gonna go down the right lane, I guess. I don't know what's going on here.
It's blue.
And you're looking for longitudinal number, correct?
Correct for that, yes. And then just a tow number for the disabled vehicles.
We'll add that. 30th.
Y 1473.
Yeah, so the whole government auditing of NOAA and the privatization of the Weather Service and stuff, I actually can't comment on that because it's been blown out of proportion on social media. There's been no formal push to privatize the Weather Service. I'll be honest with you though, guys, there's really nothing wrong with somebody going into NOAA and saying, hey, are we spending our money appropriately? Nobody said they're going to cut funding. Everybody just assumed they're going to start cutting funding, but there's really nothing wrong because those are my tax dollars too, and yours, unless you don't live here, obviously. Those are our tax dollars, folks. They should be being used appropriately. Just because they're the National Weather Service or NOAA, that doesn't mean that, you know, they should just have a free pass and never get their finances looked at, because that's our money. You know, whether they're doing a good job or a bad job. I mean, they're doing a good job. But still, there's nothing wrong with someone going in there and saying, hey, we need to look at all the, you know, because I'm sure it could be, you know, money could be dealt with more appropriately and different and stuff. And we're not going to see a privatization of the Weather Service. It's not going to happen because you have a lot of strings attached to this. For example, like APIs, you know, all the weather data for these apps, 99% of it comes from, you know, I guess 99% is not accurate, but a good portion of it comes from NOAA. So, for example, let's say that AccuWeather goes for a contract to take over the Weather Service. Well, they're going to have to launch satellites, infrastructure, all this stuff that they don't have. And it's not going to be, like, financially a possibility. So we're not going to see a privatization of the Weather Service like some of these people think. But I think there's a lot of people on certain sides of politics on Twitter that like to get all riled up about this, and they feel like they're entitled because they're weather people and blah 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 and they're exempt. But I don't know, I support having some sort of transparency here and where tax money goes in every government agency. You know, just because, you know, the National Weather Service saves lives doesn't mean that they should be exempt from having their stuff looked into a little bit. I'm not saying they should have, someone should go in there and turn the department upside down by any means, but I don't really have anything against, just crossing T's and dotting I's. That's kind of where I stand on that, because there's been a lot of people on the internet with just plain old false information about this. Like, oh, they're cutting, Elon went in and he's going to cut the funding to NOAA. And it's like, no. And actually, I guess what the problem that this Doge had with them was actually the DEI stuff, because apparently they felt like they blew too much money on DEI stuff. Which, I'm not going to get into that because I don't know enough about any of that. But still, it's like, last I knew, the bones that were being picked had absolutely nothing to do with infrastructure. And honestly, like, it might be a good thing to have some of this stuff audited here, because NOAA probably needs some funding, and if all the ducks are in a row, then it's probably going to indicate that they need more funding. If everything's being handled well with what's currently being with current funds and everything, hey, look at all this we're doing, but it's a struggle, well, then that's an indicator that there needs to be more funding. It's just, there seems to be some big manufactured crisis against NOAA. I don't think anybody's out to get the National Weather Service. It's just a bunch of TikTokers and people and I'm not going to make it political, but there's a lot of them come from a certain side of the political spectrum, but not that there's anything wrong with that side of the political spectrum, but I've noticed this, it's a pattern, and it's coming from TikTok, and it's coming from Twitter and Facebook. These people are like, oh, NOAA's under attack. It's like, I don't think NOAA's under attack. I feel like it's just this, oh, I'm a weather person, I know about weather, so I'm just gonna have NOAA under attack and it'll sound good. I don't know, guys. I mean, I'm not a government person, I'm not a politician, but I want to make sure my tax money, like, I want my potholes in the road filled, and I want to know if there's a tornado coming. Like, let's just go back to the basics here. But somebody needs to audit whoever's filling potholes. Like, we probably need to start there. So the potholes, they ain't getting filled. Maybe AI would... Well, there is actually AI involved in, like, parts of the National Weather Service. Like, some of these models, like the Warn-On Forecast System, are using artificial intelligence to, work on, like, short-range tornado prediction. There's a lot... See, and that's the thing, too. There's a lot that goes on with NOAA that a lot of people in, like, the Weather Service that a lot of folks don't get. And I think that maybe if there was more openness about that, maybe people would be less harsh. Because I have noticed that, though, too. Like, on the internet, there's some people that are in some groups of people that are just, they go after the Weather Service. They think they're just evil. And I think a lot of people don't realize that there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes when it comes to development and modeling and infrastructure. There's nothing evil going on within NOAA or the NWS. Like, they're not controlling the weather. They're not spending taxpayer dollars on golden toilet paper like some people think. But, I'll play devil's advocate here and go to the other side of the spectrum. I agree. There's a lot of garbage that gets spread. Like, oh, NOAA didn't predict this because they waste money. And it's like, I don't think, even if they were wasting money, I don't think that would have any impact on a hurricane. I mean, I really don't think what they spend their money on changes where the hurricane goes. I mean, I don't know. There's just a lot of misinformation that gets out there, and then it gets out of control. And I think the weather and like the Weather Service and NOAA and like FEMA, well, FEMA is something else, and don't even get me started. But I think these agencies that have to do with weather get targeted because people don't understand the weather, and there's a lot of lunatics that, honest to God, think that the government's controlling the weather. I'm just going to say it. There's a lot of lunatics out there that legitimately think that the government is controlling the weather. And I don't know, guys. You know what? If you ever think that you're a failure in life, just remember, at least you don't think that frickin' Al Gore controls the frickin' weather. He was the one that was pushing the climate shit, right? That was Al Gore, wasn't it? Who was he vice president to? Was it Bush? No, it wasn't Bush. Wasn't Al Gore a Democrat? Was it Clinton? Who the hell? Who was Al Gore's president? Hold on here. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. Hold on. Do I not have ChatGPT? It was Clinton. Okay. Here, let's just ask ChatGPT. See what it says. I've just... Hold on, I gotta log in. Because I want to see what AI... If anybody's ever used ChatGPT to do any sort of project, you know that AI is very far away from taking over the world. Well, apparently ChatGPT is just broken now, so... Not working. Alright, let me get some fuel. And then we'll get a chocolate shake from McDonald's. I guess I gotta take you out for this now because I bragged about being portable with the stream. Oh yeah, Harp's gonna keep getting blame. Welcome to my life. I work for Harp, you know. Oh, you son of a gun. Oh no, this one. I thought the pump was broken.
Alright, let's break it down. It's a quarter pounder with my favorite barbecue sauce. American cheese, crispy bacon, pickles, and onions on a sesame seed bun. Special at McDonald's.
God, what are 309? That's a crock of shit. Getting pretty covered here. That was good timing. Well, that's fun. You're right, the birds aren't real. They're drones sent by Putin or something. I think that's how that goes, right? All right, let me put my order in with friggin' McDonald's here. Plug this back in. Okay, meet the QPCX Angel GIF. What the frickin' or dinner? What the hell is that? Who the hell is QPCX Angel? I feel like McDonald's is just turning into Burger King, where they just keep doing all this weird experimental crap. Anybody notice that? All right, we're getting a connection again here, so stand by, please. Well, at least on my iPad. All right, what do you think I should get? I'm getting a frickin' chocolate shake. Or should I get a strawberry shake? I don't even want to know how much like nasty stuff is in that. I feel like chicken nuggets would be the safe bet today. Probably 6 pieces. God dang, $3.49. You guys remember when chicken nuggets used to be like $2? What the frick happened? What the frick happened? Oh, the frickin' ice cream machine better not be broken. Oh no, it better not be. That would be a problem. I'll be pissed. Hold on, you gotta use the app here because it's cheaper, so hang on. For Christ's sakes. Hold on, they changed all this. Seriously though, you guys remember when McDonald's, like it used to be you would go to McDonald's when you were broke. But now if you're broke, you can't even afford McDonald's. Like it's almost cheaper to go out to eat somewhere. I'm not even kidding. It's almost cheaper to just go out to eat. There is a website that tracks the McDonald's ice cream machines. It's called McBroken. It's fantastic. I should have checked. Yeah, I try not to eat this stuff either. Unless I have to.
Using the mobile app, please go. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I got a code. It's PQ66.
Second window.
Oh, okay. You're welcome. Oh shit, Taco Bell got expensive too. I'm not a Taco Bell fan by any means, but fingers crossed we get the right order this time. Thanks. Oh, okay. Alright, I only get half of it, I guess. There it is. Thanks. Okay, sorry to bother you. Jesus Christ, alright. I don't know what her problem was. Jesus, sorry. I don't know. I try to be as nice as I can, and then people are just like, why are you here? It's like, well, sorry. Didn't mean to bother her, I guess. I don't know. This must have been having a bad day. No, I didn't get it off the floor. It's still rolling around down there. It's probably all shook up now. Wow, this shake is like all melted. That's freaking fantastic. Do not recommend. What do you guys think about me getting a secret job somewhere and seeing how long I can work there until I get fired? You know, like live streaming. I thought about going and getting a job at like McDonald's and somehow like sneaking in a live streaming camera or something. And just working for a day and live streaming it. I honestly think that'd be pretty freaking hilarious. Like, that would get views. Fries taste like crap. Awesome. So literally everything I ordered sucks. I'm super happy now. I really think that McDonald's should have something on the app where you can complain about the service and like potentially get it like redone. You know, like provide photo evidence that your food is crap. Like in my case, the fries are like brown. And then like not have to pay for it. That'd be fantastic.
Attention Monroe 801, respond to N3150, State Highway 81, Pleasantview Nursing Home, for a 55-year-old fell yesterday and has hypotension and high respiratory. Your assignment is your back working on 5.
Probably rub it on their crotch. Well, it's possible. I hope not. Ever stop moaning? Nope. Nope. Just probably more than your wife does. So, you want to play stupid comments? I can play stupid comments. That was a reference that, you know, if somebody's going to complain about somebody talking, that they probably can't please their spouse. So, you know. Yeah, sweet potato fries are all right. But I feel like you either get good McDonald's or bad McDonald's now. There's no in between. But there are a couple exceptionally good McDonald's that I know about, but there's also a huge list of really bad ones that I try to never go to unless I absolutely have to. And it definitely lives in the back of my mind. Why do you need a fork to eat a French fry? This guy's totally just pulled over on the side of the road. Is there anything wrong with him? Nobody in the freaking car. Are you kidding me?
I'm just gonna back all the way up to Highway E, see if I'll keep going. That sounds like an excellent idea, thank you.
Yeah, heavy snowfall rain. Roads are kind of a mess, but kind of not. They'll probably get worse here as we go along, it looks like.
probably get near the brakes.
Similar, just left.
So we're good then.
Yeah, I'll probably sneak around this truck. Maybe.
South Wilford Road. 84-year-old male unable to talk. Weak.
One for Suzanne, were you leaving yet?
Holy shit. Dear God. Alright, so I just got something brought to my attention. Would you guys pay $5,000 to have a weather app forecast your wedding? Keep in mind, you can use another free weather app to find out what the weather's going to be on your wedding. Holy shit. That is the stupidest waste of money I've ever heard. You've got to be kidding. Yeah, they're charging $5,000, $49.99.99 to forecast your wedding. I'm sorry. I don't care how much. Who the fuck spends $5,000 on a wedding forecast when you can just go to AccuWeather.com and put your freaking zip code in? Like, holy shit. I'm gonna start my own wedding forecast service for like $10. Holy shit, what a crock. You ever get something sent to you, you look at it and you're like, there's no way this is real, and then you realize it's real and you're like, holy Christ. Like, my God. I mean, I literally can just go to the weather service website and even put in my zip code. It'll tell me what the weather's going to be, you know. So. I mean, I totally understand the potential value in that. Think about it. You've got a big event coming up and you need a meteorologist to, like, consult with you. Okay. Not $5,000 for a wedding, though. My whole wedding potentially is like $15,000. And I don't know how the hell I'm going to afford that. Imagine tacking on another $5,000 to make it 20 so I could have someone tell me if it's going to be 80 degrees or 65. Like, shit sakes. I put it in the chat for you. I don't know. I see the value in private weather sector, but my God, there is a point where it's just like, holy shit. And I'm not throwing stones. I'm just honest to God laughing at something I think's hilarious. Find a spot on the road where I don't feel like I'm getting drugged down by slush, but it's kind of everywhere. Their own, spend money on what you want to spend money on, but holy crap. There are some things where, like, I could have $5 million in the bank and I would just look at it and be like, yeah, no, not happening. So an update on down south. There's a tornado warning near Hattiesburg. It's radar indicated. There's a tornado warning near Brookhaven, Mississippi, and that's tornado warning. Those are all south of Jackson, south of I-20. Kind of cautiously pass these cars so we can kind of do a little more than 30 miles an hour, because honestly that driving lane's in pretty good shape.
132.
fact that we're getting coating of snow with this snowfall rate on the interstate, I mean, this isn't going to get any better for the evening commute. I mean, obviously with plows and traffic going up and down, you know, that's one thing, but this is not going to get any better. So I would expect kind of a slow evening commute for pretty much all of southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois at this rate. Extending that Hattiesburg tornado warning. We should, let's see, when we get up toward Elkhorn, we'll kind of see how things are looking, but I'll probably just continue up toward, like, I don't know if we want to go to, like, the south side or the north side of Milwaukee. We'll have to see what radar trends look like here in the next, 20 minutes, I guess, before we make that decision, you know. Going by Delavan right now. You can tell there's definitely more snow piling up on the roads now. So this is probably the right call. Chat's froze up again. Weird. It froze from like 5 minutes ago. I gotta figure out why it does that. Oh, here we go, Sunday driver. Hold on, I got some guy on the left flying by. Mesoscale discussion for winter weather out, but hold on, let me figure out what that's. Wow, I don't think that's for here at all. Winter weather advisories go into Indiana and everything too, so we're almost to the winter storm warning. Got half a county to cover yet. Definitely a decent snowfall coming down. But, you know, there's such small flakes that the camera doesn't really show it. probably started the stream too early. We probably just could have waited till this afternoon to come out, honestly, because now it's finally starting to ramp up a bit here.
Neighbor trouble. 353 Tyrell Court, apartment 223. The property manager called back and said Jay is now back in his apartment from yesterday. I don't know if she was updated on the situation, but it looked like somebody did come over there.
Yes, that's 304 2915. 2915.
It's about 23 degrees, so we're well below freezing. Definitely the first like impactful winter storm that we've had in this area really this year, this season, honestly. Everything else has been kind of pathetic. So right now with the tornado threat down south, there's a mesoscale discussion out just saying that the severe weather threat continues across the tornado watch. There is still the potential that there could be some strong tornadoes down there today. I mean, the day has barely started. I mean, this risk is going to go all the way to like midnight, So there's a lot of time left, so there's probably going to be tornadoes down there. The good news is, though, we haven't had any yet, so hopefully that stays like that.
are you good out there? I'm good up here. If you can just sit farther back, just to alert people. We've got fire trucks on one side of the road and the tow truck's disabled on the other side. Come on.
Tell you what, this is getting slippery. You know, it's not a bunch of snow on the road, but it feels slippery. We might end up seeing some wrecks out here at this rate pretty soon with the evening commute.
For additional Canadian and lots of westbound. Stop.
Yeah, I'm here. I have it closed down at Southwood on ramp.
Visibility's kind of falling out too here, so we're really losing visibility now. I wouldn't be surprised, guys, if the evening commute results in a lot of accidents, just the way this is going. We're probably like 10 minutes away from crossing into the winter storm warning.
Your radio is echoing.
We're on the brakes or something.
This one is AES calling ETA 20 minutes.
what's going on today. Close to Milwaukee. I haven't seen a plow on either side of the road here for some time now. Kind of in the Waukesha area here pretty soon. Really big snowflakes now. I guess I probably should look at radar. Let's see if we have any lake effect happening.
Whoever's done seen, I'm gonna drop the driver off a quick first right.
Maybe a little bit there, just on the east side of Milwaukee. Actually surprised that I'm not seeing plows out here. This is really weird. Usually they're all over out here. Not normal. But it is absolutely dumping, guys. We've only got like quarter mile visibility. I know, camera really doesn't do that, but It is dumping.
Okay.
Well, as you can see, we're in the winter storm warning now. I don't think the storm's underperforming. I'd say it's right on forecast. I mean, this is going to go till midnight, so we're considering it started, well, over here it started more so like 10 o'clock a.m., but back where we came from, it started at like 8 o'clock a.m., so we're definitely right on track, I would say. So right now there's tornado warnings down there for like Brookhaven and Hazelhurst, Mississippi, which is south of Jackson, kind of along Interstate 55. There's another one over there for south of Laurel, east of Hattiesburg. None of these are confirmed warnings. Good. They're all radar indicated. There's a new one that just popped up near Fayette, near Port Gibson. It's all southeast of Jackson. It's radar indicated also. Nothing's observed yet.
Can you come up here and bounce 146 Blue?
Eagle Ridge Court, 4415 Eagle Ridge Court, broke 1 year old. north for the camera, and then at the bridge forward.
10-4. That's the one.
10-4. 56A, when you get in here, you're going to be on truck 81.
10-4 en route. Highway David and 124, two vehicle PDO. Looks like the vehicle was rear-ended and hit a mailbox. A white Jeep and a gray Ford Edge. Highway D David and 120. 10-4.
Yes. Eastbound 994 west of Redford, eastbound 994 west of Redford. Because people be close. Canceled or SUV, love the road on the shoulder, unknown injuries.
10-4, that was.
Sticker. Probably hits eastbound 94 west of Redford. The cancel or SUV, love the road.
Alright, I think we'll go straight down by the lake. East shores there of Milwaukee, because it looks like there's some lake enhancement of the snow going on right there.
Med 53, pre-alert EMS, 300, Park Lawn Street, between West 3rd Street and West 5th Street, Park Lawn School, Western Lakes Fire Zone 30, timeout, 1455.
Sim traffic.
Sun Valley Drive, Elizabeth Residence, New Berlin Fire Zone 14, timeout, 1456.
I copy north of the.
Dash 34 disabled.
We got like 25 minutes or so, I think.
Even for northbound Greenfield, somebody watching around up his vehicle.
But we're gonna be. It looks like there is some lake enhancement there. Kind of right where I-94 comes up to the water. Maybe just north of there, up by Whitefish Bay.
We got two CMVs stuck in the lane of traffic from the scale. The ramp going into the scale of the Alpha. 35 traffic, good test. G in the inch front of drone for Caledonia, 76 on the scale.
Water's on and you're up.
Package, it's only partial because we saw traffic coming northbound.
So which way was the project?
No idea, but if there is blockage, it's only partial.
Alright guys, so now we're in the heaviest snow. Looking at radar, it's a good thing we got the hell out of northern Illinois because it's definitely not snowing that hard there. So I think we made the right call coming up this way. Well, we'll take this all the way to 41 or 43, whatever that is. Go north and then probably find somewhere down by the water to go.
For myself, I think we're south on here. We see the
Yeah, originally I was going to go to Kansas because it was looking like we were going to get a foot of snow in like Salina, which is like right in the middle of Kansas on right in the middle of northern Kansas on I-70. And then it ended up, it looked, even last night, the last I looked, the snow totals out there looked like they were going to be, maybe like 4 to 6 inches. So I'm glad I didn't go out there for a foot of snow and then have nothing.
21,
So this actually worked out pretty well, close to home like this. Yeah, there's been snow with this system all the way back to the, like western Kansas and everything.
Sun Jeep, through to Alex turn. Where does the toll on scene already? 23.
Copy, northbound 326 over 0, it's somebody in the ditch. They're using language link to translate, not exactly sure where they're at.
Go ahead, 40. He's up on 158 on ramp. Got a red vehicle with the flashers on. Got the Illinois plate. David Clean 60581. David Clean 60581. Up on 158 on ramp.
God, any day now we'll get there. Jesus. Let's stay in this left lane. I think we have a better shot.
Battalion 34, Engine 34, Med 34, pre-alert vehicle accident. 736, Highway NN Village of Pequannock, between West Veterans Way and Pinehurst Drive. 736 INNM UKWV, Pequannock Fire Zone 1, timeout, 1505.
That's C-50. Copy 12.
Yeah, 43 here. Or merge back onto or stay onto here, whatever you want to call it. Not get off of, let's put it that way. Without getting hit. Everybody's locking their brakes up here, so. Try to stay out of these groups of cars. I'm always afraid someone's gonna slide over and hit me.
Alright, reporting the the driver of this vehicle is now standing in the middle of the interstate.
Oh, for Pete's sakes.
Go ahead.
There's one goofball up here that's just kind of screwing it up for everybody. This truck damn near ran into him. That guy there on the left.
What plate?
25.
Wisconsin, Adam King, 1955, black Subaru sedan. We're going to be heading down to the Pettit Center to get off the freeway.
Copy. You need me to head your way for that one?
What is it over here?
That's where I talked to my traffic channel. Thank you.
So,
There's going to be another PDO southbound 94 north of Rawson. Vehicle turned the wrong way. I'm going to stop with them and check for injuries.
Copy.
At least, I mean, traffic's not moving
264.3.
super great here, but at least we're moving like 30 miles an hour, so moving's better than not.
No injuries. Yeah, 1051. One to go west. Going on out with 264. No.
right on the southern edge of the heavy snow. But we're going right back up into it here.
Northbound 165 now open. Sorry, the ramp is now open. Zero 51. Going to firehouse and take 15 upon you.
Should only be like 10 minutes. I just want to take us down to the lake shore and see what it's like.
Capital, Capital, vehicle, traffic center is down. It's a blue, navy blue Chevy SUV. So they're not the driver.
They advised that you go further down 120, and they gave the nearest address of 6531 State Highway 120. Also, the deputy was not involved in this incident. And the other vehicle left the scene.
You were out there on Friday.
It's been fairly uneventful though on the severe weather risk down south. That might change though, you know, don't let your guard down with that. A lot of times these Dixie Alley and Gulf Coast severe weather risks, they don't even really start until like 7 p.m. So just because it's been slow doesn't mean things won't change.
You can take your Mustang. $10.50.
Single vehicle out of traffic northbound north of the scale. Put me around.
Go ahead.
Have a plate for a tow when you're ready for it.
Alright, going in a tunnel. Hopefully we don't lose the stream. Might for a second here.
Wisconsin Plate of Adams, Nora Paul, 9446 on a black Toyota Camry. It is facing the wrong direction on the interstate.
on when I flip around. It's gonna be a day or so. Go ahead. Change my crash to PI. Copy.
50 yards, dispatch. David 7.
John Park.
Go ahead. We'll turn around and go southbound to help 52. Copy. 1023. Copy.
All right, we're like 4 miles away.
Copy. 1042. Have a good night.
Well, I'm actually surprised how well traffic has handled this. I kind of figured it'd be a little bit more panic over here. But you can tell the sky is darker up ahead, so we're definitely, I mean, that's kind of our wall of heavier snow, I think.
Two 20. 220, is the driver riding with the tow and is there damage to the vehicle?
Roundabout for a Nielsen that was struck from a 2018 Kia Sorento.
Cancel. I'm good. Copy.
Get off of this next exit, it looks like.
You can attach me to that 21.
Have a request representative together about one of the TS where it has based on it, and there's like 91 or
God, look at all these cars without lights on. You gotta be kidding me.
Hi, Kelly.
Well, that guy turned his on now. Must have heard me.
In 62, we do have a wire that's hanging low. We have to keep the flame shut down for now. I don't know who you need to call for that. If you could contact the appropriate authorities. Heavy speed traffic was already advised regarding the standard. 10-4, yeah, I don't know if it's part of the construction stuff or if it's a permanent one. It looks like one of the construction ones.
The 264, it's a company called MP Systems. They're also known as Peeper Power. They're out of New Berlin.
I copy. Another unit calling with an Eddie 201.
Yeah, bro. You handle that 400. You should get cleared up.
That's slippery there.
Do you have any further information?
Negative.
Copy, you can make that W7.
Heavy.
Left 3 notes of my call at 461 call.
Oh.
All right, 1.5 miles. That's it.
Correct.
Let me know when you get it.
10-4. Alert received.
2235. Is 9898 on yet? Because I made a self-harm comment again.
Not from who's available here herself.
Copy the
9263. We do not have either one of those 20 over them.
First one will be Henry Lincoln 4312. Henry Lincoln 4312, Wisconsin cross plate.
And the second.
To Wisconsin personalized Sam Edward Robert George. Sam Edward Robert George. 04, you can clear me below.
So it's confusing.
That disabled as 35 was going to from the west bus off from the zoo. She called back and said she no longer needs help. She was able to move her vehicle.
Copy.
Yeah, it's slippery. Quite a bit, actually. I don't even know where I'm going, guys. I literally just clicked on the map somewhere that looked like it was by the water. So for those of you asking where I'm going, I don't even know. I just looked on Google Maps and it's like, yep, that'll work, and clicked on it. So that's where we're going. That's usually how I find places to go. I usually have no idea where I'm going, honestly. I just kind of blindly navigate there.
12 dispatch.
12.
Can you put me en route to a disabled 43 northbound Locust off-ramp?
Copy.
I guess we could just take like 794 all the way up. That's right along the water here. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. Maybe we'll just do that.
To 18 1043 unrelated.
Yeah, we'll just go up 794. Oh, shit, what should I have? I probably should have turned left. How do I get on? Can I even get on 794? No, but I can just take this, like, frontage road thing, right? No northerly exit. What? I don't fucking know. This probably just goes only a certain way up or something. I don't know, whatever. It don't matter. Well, maybe I do need to go get on 794. Hang on. Let me look at the traffic map and see where it looks like it's the biggest mess. Yeah. Okay, turning around. Yeah, we'll go. We will go north, so that means I do need to get up on the interstate. Shit. Oh, fucking phone. Come on. Well, there goes my Google Maps phone. That's great. Shit. Well, this is going to be great. Well, we're probably just going to have to stop on the road here for a minute. I have to get that phone. I need Google Maps for this.
9520.
9520.
Hold on.
Can you have 9103, give me 1021 RPs in the building, still pick for the office.
9103, copy.
Alright, got it.
Copy.
he's gonna be open for so they can click that up. Our dispatch on 23. Copy.
Alright, here we go. This'll work.
Most of the exits are closed. They copy.
The exits need to be up.
Well.
Yeah, that's the lake over there. Jesus Christ.
800.
That's the lake over there on the right. Can't really see anything though with the haze.
Zone 14517 channel.
Temperature. Negative, so. Copy, you got it, please.
A firm, out of Wisconsin, Union King 8787, a black F-150.
Copy that.
What do you think? Probably get off here and see what it looks like on the not interstate streets. Probably. The interstate's probably just going to be fine because I'm sure they're dumping salt like crazy on it.
Paul Adam, 82464, repeating PA, 82464. Over. Dispatch. 2-3. Do you need me anywhere? Negative, there's no calls on the board. I copy.
Alright, I don't see any tornado warnings on the map right now down there. It looks like the tornado warnings have all expired. That's good. For now. I don't think it's going to stay that way, but...
7201 traffic.
9201.
194 Bedford, Wisconsin, personalized David, 0 Charles, Sam, George, Robert, Lincoln, P0 CS, GRL.
9201.
Oh, the tornado warning just got issued. I'll give you that in a second. Figured we were due to get stuck at a red light here, too.
I'm giving the driver a courtesy ride to park night.
All right, so that tornado warning is
The
for
patient was having some trouble breathing due to
the storm southwest of
down,
Columbia,
upgraded
Mississippi,
to
which is southeast of Macomb.
Okay, good delay.
That's good.
Yeah, anyway. King County is requesting I shut down the northbound 7 mile on ramp. Crash they have just north of there.
Heavy.
Yeah, we'll just stay close to the lakeshore here for a little while. So it looks like we're getting back into the heavy snow again. Again, for like the 15th time.
Med 91, the EMS com. Can I give you a pre-alert for a code stroke? 10-4, go ahead. My case number is EF 250889.
David, 8, Henry, Boy, 4, 8, Nora, 37, Frank, 5, 7, 9, 1, 2, 6.
Have a remainder for Kendall.
Big reason.
There's no record found. Can I confirm it with you?
That's it.
To get a different state.
Yeah, if you want to check out that.
Affirmative, that 1020 is showing status as canceled.
Yeah, we were due for another red light.
14, Simon. Boy, Mary, Boy, John, equal 542, good afternoon. Copy, good afternoon.
No problem, railroad crossing at Brookfield and the rest. Everybody knows who advised us to get work down. There's people going around us. You want to stuff.
Sure. What?
I got to come back out of Pennsylvania on a 2007 Dodge station wagon to a bartender at a Detroit suspended.
Got at the high rise in lane 3. Copy. About 10 minutes out. Any further questions, comments, or concerns?
What's the respiratory rate? Is she, what times 4?
Respiratory rate of 16
Correct. Patient is AO ×4. We also did take her 12 lead and sent it over. Looks like a normal sinus, excuse me, AFib.
Before we did receive it, you can go back to burner.
Smash received, thank you.
Alright, so we'll run this by the water here and then go up through the snow band, like maybe up toward like Whitefish Bay. And then maybe try to mosey back through town. And the snowfall rate, it's probably getting half an inch, 3/4 of an inch an hour here. I don't know, it's coming down pretty hard. It's just, it's not a whole lot going on here. Yeah, nice view of the water here. Hold on. Oops. I keep my window down so long, it's freaking cold out.
Dropped off to the address in the cab, T19. Okay. Well, what the frick? You can't... This is stupid. Well, they got it closed. What the frick? 1 mile ahead? Well, you know what? I should have just went. And just said, screw it. Honestly. Everybody else is going through it. Fuck it. I'm going. Everybody else is going. So if somebody wants to have a problem with me, they can have a problem with every other car on the road. It's kind of how I feel about it. Alright, let's put out a new tornado warning. I'll tell you where that is 1 second. Looks like that's for Brookhaven, Mississippi, and it's moving northeast. It's not confirmed though, it's just radar indicated right now.
Still have yet to find this construction that it's closed for.
Dispatch. 12. The RO is back on scene with gas. We're going to see if that's the issue. Copy.
Oh, there's the supposed construction. So I found it. I don't know what we're stopping for here, but a stop sign, I guess.
Dispatch 136.
Just your information, last time anybody in that area was about 2:30. Sunday left the building. Nothing.
Whoever is looking for AAA if possible. For a flat tire, he does not have a spare.
225, leave the driver has to contact AAA instead of looking at the picture. Regarding my semi-crash southbound at 158, do you know who is riding the crash that occurred south of there?
Alright, let me look at the map.
This box truck that's directly over 158 that I'm providing lights for? No, this happened about an hour or so ago. Someone was riding the crash south of there. I need to know who it was for my crash segment. Kenosha County Road was riding that crash south of his location. Yeah, 4,000.
Alright, I think we're gonna kind of start cutting back through town and try to find some busier streets. Need to cut across here though. This is kind of pretty. It's kind of nice because the snow fills in all the potholes. Then, you know, you have to freaking beat your car up driving down these roads, because trust me, they're full of potholes. It's one thing I do know from the several times I've driven in this area is they're full of potholes. Alright, there's nobody behind me. Oh shit, there's a car coming. Damn it. Hold on here. Bit rate a little bit. Go a little higher bit rate, maybe get a little more detail out of the snowflakes. Straight here, which is fine. We'll stay on these kind of in-town streets for a while. See what they're like.
C5, C11, C19. Okay.
For PDO, I-43 southbound around the spur. It's a blue sedan that slid into the wall.
Okay. 11, yes, for this. I'm 23. It's going to be a white semi plate when you're ready.
We gotta get on 43 here. So we want to be over here.
Wisconsin trailer plate 770282.
It's be one of the last stoplights we have to deal with for a while, thankfully.
In lane 1, and it states that you'll need a second because they're around the curve.
Copy and roll from the soup.
I copy in 3-4, I'll put you on it. Very good.
4-4, I'll put you around. They'll call you if they don't need you.
Heavy tow for this semi. He's stuck on this well.
Homer's is en route for it.
Copy. He's empty. If we could get a smell up here, a bunch of cars are starting to slide down.
Copy.
Where is this thing taking me? Stupid thing. You tell Google Maps to go one way, but then it just ignores you and tries to take you the other way. It's really annoying. So yeah, we'll probably go like through Milwaukee here.
I copy. It's actually going to be a PDL. 894 northbound at Lincoln.
Yep.
And D5, I think he's having them get off the freeway. I'll give you a update.
Five dispatch.
Go ahead.
The one next to the wall southbound is actually at Grange. There's actually one northbound as well on the collector.
East. 5-5, are you stopping with either of those?
No, it's actually northbound return for the one southbound. When I saw one on the collector, I couldn't get over.
I copy. I'll put you southbound and 5-3R. Why don't you head northbound for the other one?
Can I get additional spots up here?
Copy 14. Copy D3R.
Alright, this is gonna be our exit, I think. I hope.
Go ahead.
Still coming down pretty good
Did
here,
you
though.
copy 5-5? You're going to be heading I-94 northbound. The college
really where I wanna
collector
go?
for a disabled. Copy.
Okay, well, this is what it says to do. We'll trust it. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but I think it's because 43 is at like a dead stop down there.
More
So
vehicles stuck on the high rise.
Copy that. We notify highway. They should be sending that truck out there.
oh man, I better make this green light. I don't know if I can mentally handle another red light. There we go. will take us, because of the slowdown, this will take us through some residential areas.
Right.
5-5.
Five two dispatch. It's on the left of the collector.
Copy, thank you.
Come on, car, you can do it. Holy crap, you need a push or what? Oh dear God. I think he needs a push. Oh, it's the guy in front of him. Guy in front of him, no license plate, can't get moving. Yep, typical. At least he's got his lights on.
You can put me to the disabled 894 northbound I Lincoln.
Christ. I don't know what's happening here. We're doing 15 miles an hour. Everybody else was getting along just fine. It's just the cars at the beginning of the line here in each lane just apparently don't feel like going anywhere, I guess.
You saw the 276, multiple vehicles involved. Just a specific cross lane of traffic and 23.
Ever. 222, 1070. 892 live. Eastbound at Marlin on the right shoulder. 1070 from Waukesha. 76 with another unit. Bye.
Yeah, 43 doesn't look like it's moving down there at all.
Copy. No, you can clear this out with a log and I'll be around for that vehicle flare.
Alright, one of these cars could pick a frickin' lane, we would be set. Jesus. There we go, we can get around them now.
Hey, copy. Close your last one is D19.
D19 C11, please.
Copy.
And 5-2 dispatch will be taking out lane 1.
Copy.
11 dispatch.
11.
Lane 3 is closed. Can we see if MPD can close off the southbound ramp?
Yeah, definitely not getting on 43 right now. That is just stopped down there. So bad for these people getting on.
Federal melee alert. It's about an arm injury to his right arm.
Copy.
There's been a few plows, but they're pretty far between.
RPR.
D15.
Copy.
I guess I lied about the red lights.
Lake Mel
Would it be helpful if I point towards the 270-ish?
Do you copy C148?
Hey, don't try to put a tourniquet on the driver of this vehicle. Copy.
God damn it, dude. If you would have got through that frickin' light. Oh, come on.
Order. 204, would you like beer? Foxtrot to all units 1033 here. Yeah. Excuse me.
I don't think the injury is bad enough for a tourniquet, but he's going to need to be extricated from the vehicle. I'm going to just put a bandage on it for now. 228, misheard on tourniquet. Do you need the air or no? Negative.
Well, locked off point unit 33 air listed, 33 air listed. For fire responding. A single vehicle accident, he's gone out and hit the wall. He's complaining of head pain. I'll chose moving around.
Dude, stay on your side there.
Charlie, I'm at the east side. If there's anyone closer, I'll do the Marquette now.
Is that 33R?
This is a better scenic route anyway, I
We're
guess.
just going to take prime on this.
Hi, copy. Affirm, are you still extended?
Please don't start. Where are you needing?
45 northbound at Burleigh for a PI, lane 1.
My apologies, I'll be en route.
Copy.
45 on scene. Where's that 35 at? 35, we're at 92nd. Charlie, set up behind me. I'm on scene here in lane 1. In a second, going to the hill right now. To 23R.
Oops. Don't care. Made it anyway. We'll go over to toward Wauwatosa and then drop south. So we'll just kind of keep going straight through town here.
23R.
Over 11.
G, the southbound Wisconsin on close.
Affirm.
Copy, I'll be there in a minute.
copy. Adam Charles George 3100. The black Hyundai is another.
You're gonna stay there. That's disregard.
Alright, is this where I turn? No, it's the next one.
Plan for additional, you can mark EMS 1023 as well.
From that walk shot 1043.
20 bird.
Can you have duty or who's ever else in charge contact the highway department? The roadway is complete ice. Everything is turned. All snow is turned to ice. They need to stop dropping salt.
Yeah, nothing like telling the road departments how to do their job. That's not a good idea. That usually pisses them off.
244, I'm 1060. I'll set up just west of the scene and best I can get traffic to slow down and move over.
God damn it. I thought I was going to make that freaking light.
2 dispatch.
I guess not.
Go ahead.
2 in Dental already. Keep coming to still, please.
Confirm, NNS is in row.
Thank you.
Start dropping salt. They haven't been, and they need to start dropping salt now to try and prevent some of these crashes now.
That's really arrogant. Like, respectfully. Like, I understand you're a police officer, but you don't work for the highway department, you know. You know, there's probably a reason they're not putting salt down, you know. You don't have the authority to instruct them to do it and get pissy about it. Like, it's the road crews. Like, trust me, like, if they should be doing something, they're gonna do it. They get shitty with them on the radio is super freaking arrogant. Like, you're a police officer, not a snowplow driver. Like, respectfully, it's not exactly your expertise, you know. Jesus, I don't know why people got to get so shitty about stuff like that. Like, let them do their jobs. Hear that a lot, you know, like back in my area where you'll get a bunch of, it's always a city cop, so let's get on there and just throwing a fit. Well, they need to plow this, they need to put salt here, they need to put sand here, and the plow drivers will get back on the radio and be like, yeah, you know, there's like 5 of us, you know, for like the entire county here, like we're, you know, we can't just magically appear everywhere, and, you know. There is a reason why salt isn't just dumped down all the time too. Sometimes, you know, with certain temperatures and everything and certain types of precipitation, it just doesn't really work that well. Because it's not the salt that actually melts; it's the brine that's made when the snow melts with the salt. Sometimes it's just wasteful to dump it. You know, a lot of reasons why salt is and isn't applied at certain times. So. Trust me, the road crews try to get the roads the best they can. They're not out there to make them worse, that's for sure.
Number 23, Rams close. Copy.
Yeah, salt doesn't even really do anything, you know, below like usually around 15 degrees, give or take. But we're above that. We're at 25, so it would definitely be helpful. But trust me, there's reasons. Like when it's actively snowing, it's just wasteful to put salt down on every pass, you know, which is understandable.
Number next development is
10-4.
Negative on sensor.
Four.
Number call. 3525065. 12, did you copy 11?
Alright, new tornado warning
Confirm
issue.
one
Just
exit
hold on. Or either that or one was updated. Just hang on a second.
Oh.
Alright, it looks like it was the Columbia one that got upgraded, which is west of Hattiesburg. That's an observed tornado now. It just says tornado warning 5 until 5 p.m. Marion, Covington, Lamar, Jefferson, Davis counties. Confirmed tornado near Improve, moving northeast at 45. There's also another tornado warning that just got issued for the New Hebron. Also goes up there toward McGee, Mississippi area.
Northern Highway 83 from Kansas Drive. What are your wishes for this into a GS temple?
Yeah, affirmative. It is 11.
Number next is your copy.
Wisconsin truck, for Frank, 5815, via 5815.
Big 2, Wisconsin 28. Your big appointment noise.
Alright, so we're getting on, this is becoming 94 west, but I think I'm going to get on 45 south up here. We'll drop south-ish.
9211 and or 1.
Well, hold on a minute.
May not be the correct vehicle now. It's going to be something to stop here, but you need right now, okay?
We'll see how it looks up ahead. Let's put it that way. I see traffic not moving, then I'm not going that way, if that makes any sense. Been streaming for almost 8 hours already. Are you kidding me? It's been like watching paint dry. That's alright. I still like being out driving around in the snow.
9211, I think the one is not the one is the same.
Partially in the on-ramp lane for the scale. So he's not getting the scale.
I'm not going to get over there and get on 41. I'm going to stay on 94 for right now because it looks like serious traffic backup on Google Maps.
Waste management truck with a number of 419367, swerving all over the road, no further than that.
The house used to be and 42.
I don't know, people. What do you think? It looks like we're about to hit a wall of heavier snow. Look at the Milwaukee radar site. There's a heavy band of snow that's set up from like Mugwanago up to Brookfield. About to smack into that.
Just have to return back to the scene.
Every day, you want to respond back?
63 April. If anyone wants to volunteer.
Alright, so let's see what Google Maps wants me to do now here. Yeah, we'll stay on 94 West for a little while. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I see the notes and I see I'm not going to have to turn around now. Unless you get calm to get off the freeway. 24, I'm just stay put. Due to road conditions, I'll turn around. Copy that. 2-2 dispatch. 2-2. Brigade's clear, no transport. Copy.
Well, hopefully we get out of this backup here.
Disregard my previous traffic. It was a disabled auto auction vehicle. The employees were out with it. He moved out of traffic. It's legally parked. He'll be fine.
Okay.
Alright, it says we've only got like a half mile more of this slow up, so that's not too bad.
Can you advise how many vehicles are involved?
Just Squad 42, dispatch, C20.
Copy.
What? Hold on, please.
Copy.
Go ahead.
What's your 20?
13th and Drexel.
Holy Christ, like, what, I swear to God, if we come up here and there's like a squirrel crossing the road,
I don't think we have anyone.
or what it probably is there's probably somebody got pulled over on like the opposite side of the road and everybody's slowing down, and I guarantee you there's almost nothing serious up here. It's probably something just beyond stupid, like, you know, a squirrel giving birth on the side of the road. I don't know, like these backups when they're consistent like this, it seems a pattern I've noticed. I'm not kidding, people. When you have this slow consistent flow like this, it's almost always something stupid. The only time it's something serious is when, like, it's a stop and go. So, like, I guarantee you there's something just beyond stupid happening up here. Well, now people are moving over, so maybe it's not something stupid. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, screw me. That's fine. Jump on in. I have no idea. Oh, maybe there is something going on up here. All right. Well, maybe I was wrong, but usually it's something really stupid. Like, there will be somebody pulled over on the opposite side of the divided highway, and everybody will just, like, slow down. Because it's like, oh my God, somebody's pulled over there, and then it just causes massive backup. Well, that car just burned down. So, yeah, okay, well, I guess there's a car on fire. Okay, well, whatever. What a odd thing to happen, though, when you think about it. Like, oh, a car just burst into flames on the highway. Isn't that nice? Like, what a defeating feeling that's got to be. Like, oh, hey, cool, my car's on fire in the middle of the interstate. You know? Like, that's really got to suck. That's like got to be the worst feeling in the world. Just be like stranded in the middle of the interstate, about to get hit with your car burning down. Snow's almost lifting north a little bit. We may want to stay on 94. Let me tell you one thing I've learned over all the years of living in Wisconsin for 28 years. 94, if there's anything that could possibly go wrong, it's going to happen on 94 between Madison and Milwaukee. So if there's going to be traffic nightmares, it's going to be this road. It's always how it is. Like, people just get in a hurry. I think it's because of the afternoon commute between Madison and Milwaukee. How's the picture quality look right now? I know when it's snowing, it's really hard to get a good crisp image because the way video encoding works, without really explaining it, but with, you know, bandwidth and bitrate and everything, it's tough. When there's a lot of stuff moving in the screen, like raindrops or snow, it's really hard to encode it because you only have so many bits you can push through the pipe. But so it's always going to look a little crappier. But overall, I mean, like, I like this camera better because the old camera, like using the camcorder, it would really get. It didn't do very good. It had really poor contrast. Like, it seemed like the sky was always way too bright and the ground was always black and you couldn't see anything. It was really hard to get a nicely exposed image. I like this is much better. I feel like it's a lot, like, you get more light. Like, it's exposed more properly. Which is good. But what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to start a second Amazon list for development. So right now on the main Amazon list, for stuff that this channel needs to operate, we've got like oil filters, car maintenance stuff. Additionally, there's some like live streaming items and some cameras and batteries and stuff that I put on there, stuff we need for the storm season. But I'm going to start another list and call it like, STS.net development or something. So some of these projects that are coming up, what I would like to do is involve the audience. Basically put the components required to build the stuff. And I'm not worried about somebody stealing my ideas on this stuff, because it goes deeper than just the hardware. It's the infrastructure and the integration and all that kind of stuff and software. So I don't have any worries about anybody watching me build this and buying the parts and like ripping me off or anything. Because just building it is like 15% of the whole piece of the pie, But what I was thinking about doing, it would be really cool, because I can't afford to foot the bill. But, we have the viewers buy the components. And, when you talk about building things, individual components are cheap compared to everything for, somebody wants to buy component A, somebody else buys component B, in whatever quantity, and then, we can build it. And then we can live stream building the stuff. I think that would be really cool. That would actually give us a lot of flexibility, like on these, months where there's not a whole lot going on. We might be able to kind of fill the void with something. So I think that would be a really cool idea. I might do that. I need to build a couple like beta versions of what I want to do here, because I don't want to go and put the wrong components on the list and then end up with a bunch of the wrong stuff. But I'm really excited for this year, though, in terms of doing stuff that's a little bit different. Like I had this conversation with somebody last night. Like, it's always been in the back of my mind where I think the reason that storm chasing on the internet's become so like saturated, just everybody's just doing the same thing. They're just driving down the road. Like, does anybody really care about that? You know what I mean? Like, nobody's live stream is any different than anyone else's if you're just driving down the road. Somebody might have, sorry, that was arrogant, but might have better quality than others, or somebody might have a, I don't know, better community. I don't know, you like the community better, whatever. That kind of stuff, fine. But, the actual concept of it, it's the same. So, I think the reason this channel had a really big blow up in subscribers and stuff like that back in late 2022 to summer of 2023. And that was the time that we started developing a bunch of stuff. That's when I developed the roof camera. We started doing stuff that other people weren't doing before they all started copying literally everything that I'm doing. And you know what, folks? I'm not trying to be an asshole, but I mean, like, realistically, like, come on. But that development stage, people really liked it, because I think the feedback I've gotten, people really liked seeing the new things get developed. They didn't really care about the new things. They just cared about like seeing the development process. So I want to bring that back with some stuff that is kind of exclusive to this channel, and we can partner with some other folks to make this something even cooler. So that's something I'm going to be working on tonight, is kind of coming up with a concept of how this would work. I have the people that want to work with us on this that know what they're like. This is not a foreign concept to any of us that are going to be doing this. It's more of a question. It's not really a question of how can you do this. It's more of what is the best way to do it. There's a million ways we could do it, but you got to come up with like the most robust, cost-effective, and like most portable solution. Because I want to go dump a live streaming camera in front of a hail core and stuff like that. Even like these winter storms, this wouldn't be one I would deploy on, but like those Buffalo Lake Effect events, we could go put one, on a street sign by the interstate and stuff, and we could start pulling that either into an app or into the live stream, stuff like that. But it also gives us a way to, engage the audience and develop the whole process. And it goes beyond just like cameras. You know, this is something I've wanted to do for a long time, been working on for a long time, but there's other things beyond, you know, behind the scenes too. That you start deploying hardware. Well, that hardware doesn't necessarily just have to be a camera. You know, it can be some sort of, I don't know. I really don't care about wind speed, but you know, you could put a barometer on it. You could put, hell, you could even put a small like sonic rain gauge on it or whatever, or haptic rain gauge on it. You know, and see how much the frickin' hail core, you know, or the core of this thing dumps on you. You could do all sorts of like really weird shit like that is kind of neat, you know, kind of odds and ends. And it doesn't have to be the same, you know, like one year you can focus on this and then change it up the next year. And people aren't going to just be able to go duplicate that, because not only do you need hardware, you need serious infrastructure, you know? No idea what that guy's doing over there. You need serious infrastructure. And that's where a lot of people don't know what to do. But that's kind of been my bread and butter for a long time, is this rock solid infrastructure on the back end of things. And I don't know, I'm very hopeful for the season. I think it's going to be a good time overall. That's a big reason why I've been reinventing the wheel with the live streaming. You know, I'm not using a live view anymore. I'm not using a hardware encoder like that. I've still got it in the car. I'm not gonna remove it. I'm not gonna remove it until I know what I have works. But my God, it's been working fantastic today. The roof camera will be mounted. It's been working in the passenger seat all day. It's been staying connected to the system here. It's been fine, no issues. That'll get put on the roof so we can spin it around. This means I can rip all this unnecessary shit, which is about what it is, out of this damn car and get some room in here and actually have my freaking cup holders back and not have wires hanging everywhere. It's wonderful. But I want to say one thing that's a little spiteful. Like, guys, when I started doing the whole roof camera thing and, you know, the video switcher and everything, a lot of people immediately went and copied exactly what I did. And I regret showing everybody, but I think it's kind of funny that now I'm saying, you know, poo-poo on all that, screw it, we're going to do something else. And what I'm doing right now literally is part of it is a physically modified iPhone 16 Pro. I literally removed the back glass, or whatever you want to call that panel, of a 16 Pro Max and put thermal paste on the A19, whatever the hell, A whatever chip, and was able to find a little I put thermal paste on everything else too, to transfer the heat into the back glass, but was actually able to find a custom little thermal pad that goes on the system on a chip. It actually transfers the heat to where the Apple logo is, and then you could actually run a cooler on the Apple logo, and actually you can pull the heat right out of the thing. It doesn't overheat at all. Stays normal op temp. Nobody's going to go copy that, because how many people are going to go rip the back of their 16 Pro Max, their $1,400 phone, are going to go remove the back and start modifying the system on a chip? They're not. Nobody's that dumb. I am. I'm pretty stupid to do that. It was a pretty big risk, but like, I'm beyond this whole like copycat crap. Like, I don't want my stuff ripped off anymore. So like, that's why I'm going and doing stuff as custom as I possibly can. And I think I just kind of get a kick out of it, how I went and did everything one way, and then literally everyone went and bought the same equipment. And then now that everybody's got the same equipment, now I'm doing something different, and it's not copyable. And I'm not trying to be arrogant, it's just, I've noticed that. Like, I went out and I put a bunch of work into stuff, and then people just did exactly what I did. Whatever. Originality is important, folks. It's really important. It's important to be original, otherwise you just end up with a bunch of carbon copies out here. Oh, let's see. Tornado warning update down there. We've got a tornado warning down there north of... And my iPad just shit the bed. Hold on. Alright, well, we're going to get that info in a minute. Alright, I fixed it. Tornado warning there north of Gulfport, which is southeast of Wiggins. That's radar indicated. That includes parts of Highway 49 moving to the northeast into that DeSoto forest. There's a tornado warning, let's see, near Coffeyville, Alabama, as well, moving northeast. All these are moving northeast. Now, there's another tornado warning back there for McGee, Mississippi. Those are the only tornado warnings that I see right now. Hopefully that gives you a little bit of an update. I'm jumping over here. But no, what I was getting at is part of the reason I reinvented the wheel with the live streaming is I got to get more space. Like, I don't like having all this equipment. I don't like the live view. I don't like having the video switcher. It's too many variables and there's always something going wrong. Like, the simpler of a system you can make, the better. That's what I'm finding out. That is tangled in the cable barrier, and there's a orange tag on it, so cops have been out to it, obviously. Otherwise, I'd check it. It looks like the snow is staying just north and west of Highway 43, Interstate 43, so I guess I'm glad we took 94 instead. big snowflakes right now, though. Overall, the roads are in good shape unless somebody gets too confident and screws it up for everybody. So far, so good. People got their lights on now. That's a start. So we are headed toward Madison on 94. We're getting into some heavier snow now, or south of Economo Walk. tell you what, this is probably some of the heavier snow I've seen today. I know the camera doesn't show it, but it's we got really big flakes now, and it's really dumping. It's probably gonna snow kind of on and off and linger all the way through like midnight. I am not staying live until midnight. Absolutely not that long. This event's not over. Looks like another tornado warning over there by Macomb, Mississippi now. Just got issued moments ago. Something's going on down here. I don't know. Can't tell what side of the road it's on though. I think it's on the other side. Yeah, it's on the other side. Fuck, I don't know what's going on. Oh, Jesus. Oh, yeah, that's not ideal. Not exactly sure what happened there. Somebody hit somebody. Maybe we'll take 26 down toward Janesville as we get up here a little ways. Okay, we're just gonna stop. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Hello? You're on an active road. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Nothing like going down to 20 miles per hour for no given reason when everyone else is doing 45 to 60. Jesus. It's the interstate, not the Walmart parking lot, man. So far, I mean, I haven't seen really much for travel disruptions, so I'd say everybody's doing all right.
Actually, is no pending status. I'm going to get to the PTY a little bit. You can attach to that EMS call. Something wrong.
Discovery.
Get on Highway 26 here in like 3 miles and go south through the heavy snow down toward Janesville again.
Drives a green Jeep Wrangler. That would be in the garage.
Pictures on track, copy. 51 is 23.
10-4, over.
Yeah, Janesville's getting dumped on right now too, so it looks like this is I think this is going to be the last swath of really heavy snow that moves through. It kind of extends from like Freeport, Illinois, all the way up to Milwaukee. I think after that, it's just going to be more kind of off and on bouts of heavier snow. But it's pretty clear that it's going to continue to snow until like midnight on and off for this area. I saw a graphic from the Milwaukee Weather Service office, like another 2 to 4 inches is kind of expected just for the whole area until, you know, like midnight-ish, give or take.
Sounds like the sun will probably come over a panic attack. There's no fight or anything here.
Which honestly is probably going to put us at the upper end of the totals.
Right.
You know, I think on my snowfall forecast map this morning, I think I put 5 to 8 for most of this area. And that's probably going to put us around 6 to 8 inches, I would imagine.
Alrighty.
So I know there's, I think I saw a report out of, was it Beloit? Somewhere already had 4 inches. You know, if you get another 4, well, that's 8. So I'd say we're pretty damn right on. And honestly, guys, you know, full transparency, I do base my snowfall totals very heavily off what the Weather Service puts out. So, I mean, just across the board, Weather Service, TV media, everybody I think has been pretty much on the ball with this one today. All right, so this is Johnson Creek. I'm gonna stop at the Quick Trip down here.
Do you need another car there at all?
But it's good though when forecasts verify, because that means that, you know, we're doing an effective job. But I was gonna say, you know, a blanket 4 to 6 in this area, but I was more confident to go with like 5 to 8, just because when I woke, honestly, based on when I woke up this morning and I looked out the window, and well, it was after I woke up, but when I was getting ready to get in the car and go and saw these giant snowflakes and it was really coming down, I'm like, yeah, we're probably going to overperform a little bit. It just doesn't really seem like we're getting a lot of snow, and that's kind of because it's been, you know, over such a long period of time that it doesn't seem like as much. All right, I'm going to run inside. I'm going to leave you guys out here. I'm going to put the BRB screen back on. So people know we're on break and aren't like, oh, what's going on? I need to change the color of that text, though. That's terrible. Do something hitting that car would be great. All right, I will be right back, folks.
We had the quick trip off of 18 and 83. 18 and 83 is the quick trip to late summer. So what kind of car is it on? Ford F-150.
Let's just go reloading.
Field should be open.
Affirmative.
Oh, Jesus. Alright, let me get this off of here. Maybe. should put us back to normal. Alright, off we go.
This one's sleeping. Go ahead, just let the fuel in on.
I'm not gonna get fuel here. It's $2.90. I know it'll be cheaper in Janesville. It almost always is. Alright, we'll just go straight down 26.
You want to add to that up?
Whoops. Oh shit, why didn't that, I told that to turn off, I don't know why it's, I don't know, yeah, there it went. I don't know why that, the brake thing didn't turn off, I thought I pushed the button. Oh well.
Red line just on at Elmwood and Hillside. I'm at the intersection right now. I don't have a county radio, so just advise me what you need from me. Mars says most of the intersection. Alright, I'll do that. I'm just coming south on Hillside from Elmwood.
So we got probably about...
We're in 3 before we get started.
GPS died on me. Yeah. Got about a half-hour drive down to Janesville, so that's not too bad.
Just trying to get around another crash scene.
reason chat is froze from like 20 minutes ago. What's going on here?
And the caller is out with the occupant. They are saying they're good.
I'm sorry, can you change this to a non-injury crash?
Never.
Like I said earlier, it seems like the snow's probably going to stay around for a little while, which kind of sucks for me. I like snow, I just don't like when it sits around. Kind of gets in the way. It should just snow and then get out of here. Melt off. Looks like Friday, Saturday, it ain't going to melt.
The weather chat with your current road conditions.
It'll be a week before it melts, it looks like. I guess it's not too bad. Haven't seen much in the way of like accidents or reports of accidents, you know.
male is found to have difficulty breathing in the background and groaning in pain. Officers are now at 1730.
The road's a little covered, but I'm not having any issues on this.
Sullivan Road, 1733.
Alright, so we're going by Fort Atkinson right now.
Six on my feet. Copy, I see.
Update on farther south. Currently, only tornado warning in effect is between Macomb and Columbia, Mississippi.
55 over 42.
Really not looking super impressive now anymore at all. So the reason that the event down south, the tornado event, kind of shit the bed a little bit here is the warm sector, which is literally just, you know, the warm air, kind of sort of courtesy of the Gulf of Mexico. I'm sorry, the Gulf of America, whatever. You know what, first of all, is sidebar conversation. Just everybody, if I call it Gulf of Mexico, then I have people in the chat, in the comments, tell me I'm an idiot for not calling it the Gulf of America. And if I call it Gulf of America, then I have people in the chat and the comments telling me I'm an idiot for not calling it Gulf of Mexico. So no matter what I say, it's going to be wrong. And then people are like, you need to call it the Gulf because politics have no business in weather. I'm not calling it the Gulf. That's stupid. It has a name. I'm calling it the Gulf of America because that's what it says on Google Maps. If you don't like it, that's fine. I don't care. Because I actually don't give a rat's ass what the hell it's called. I have to pick one. Okay, I have to pick something to call it. So I'm going to piss off 50% of the people one way or 50% of the people the other way. I don't care. So anyway, the Gulf of America, whatever, the Gulf of Pissing and Moaning, also known as a source of a lot of that warm, moist air. Well, the warm front, which is the boundary between the cooler, like terrestrial air mass and kind of the Gulf air mass, didn't get lifted as far north as expected. There was a bunch of weenies on Twitter saying, oh, this needs to be a moderate risk, and that's the SPC knows what they're doing, the weenies don't. So they left it as an enhanced risk, which made sense. There was no reason to make that a moderate risk, especially when it started becoming obvious that the warm sector wasn't going to lift north. That if that warm front would have gotten farther north and brought more warmer, moist air into the region down there, that probably could have been a tornado outbreak. There still might be strong tornadoes tonight because sometimes these Gulf Coast, Dixie Alley tornado events don't even start until like 8 p.m. They take forever to get going. So don't write the day off. But as of right now, it's not living up to the outbreak potential that it was. So that's obviously good. But that's a main reason why it didn't. That warm front just didn't make it as far north as it could have.
So they can turn the vehicle around?
But it's definitely, I mean, we pretty much streamed from almost sun up to sundown. I mean, I started at about 8:30. I was going to start earlier, but it didn't really, I thought it was going to start snowing at like 3 a.m. and it definitely didn't. So I set an alarm for like 2:30 this morning. I woke up and the snow was like way back out by Des Moines, Iowa. So I'm just like, screw it, I'm sleeping till 6. Oh yeah, the Rolling Fork tornado was late. Yeah, well, that's a prime example. A lot of these outbreaks don't have, I shouldn't, because that wasn't an outbreak, but yeah, a lot of times, folks, these severe weather events, they don't even happen until it gets late down there. After dark. So you can't let the guard down.
1021. Anyone at the comm center?
At least it's starting to get dark later. You know, I mean, it's still 5:20 to 6, but at least it's not getting dark at freaking 4:30. Folks, we're honestly almost back to tornado season here.
From the southbound 120, reporting white semi with your blue top on the trailer. Semi has no evidence of no headlight. 120 south.
126, give me a beat.
This guy doesn't know what lane to go in. The wind's actually picking up a little bit too. I don't know if there's going to be much for blowing and drifting, but there might be some on some like country roads. I don't think it's going to be a huge problem though.
Can you go ahead? That's fine.
Just in case you didn't notice this on the camera, we do have westbound trailers stopped temporarily.
Yeah, fine.
I'm actually really surprised how little traffic there is. Like, people really actually stayed home, which doesn't usually happen much out here because people just really don't care about the snow. They just go out in it anyway. I mean, which is fine. I mean, I do the same thing. This is about, if you've been watching since earlier when we started, about an hour into the stream, this is where we turned around, was up here at this exit. The Milton exit. Came up here, turned around, went down to Freeport, and then went to Milwaukee, and now here we are again.
Walking outside in the middle of the road with a double stroller, no blankets on the kids. Busing headed northbound on Hackett. Or if he was just a passerby, no longer have eyes on them. Over.
It's kind of a peaceful drive. But usually, I mean, this is usually a pretty busy time for this area, so people really did stay home, which surprised me. It's probably because this is the first, like, noteworthy snowstorm we've had all freaking winter. You know, we've had a couple 2-3 inchers here and there, but that's about it. We're good for a couple of like heavy snowstorms. Like I said on the last stream, you know, people in Wisconsin don't really give a rat's ass about snow unless it's like a foot of snow.
As you drive through the area of 83.
So we really haven't even seen that this season. It's weird. We haven't really seen that much the past several years. You know, I mean, last year we had that blizzard. Yeah, that was an actual blizzard. Or last season, I should say, whenever that was. But that was a big deal, but that was it for the season. Like, we haven't had these, usually we get these big snowstorms. There's usually at least 1 or 2 where you talk about like 15 to 20 inches kind of everywhere. It's usually guaranteed at least 1, if not 2, and usually there's a like between 5 and 15, well, between like 5 and 12 events where you get usually up to 10, and that we're just not getting that lately. It's really weird. The very dry winters these past couple of years. Honestly, since like the whole COVID time frame, ever since like 2020, 2021, it's just been kind of dead in the winter. It hasn't been super cold either. At least not for these standards up here. It's been relatively mild. So we're on the north side of town now.
They're going to be opening up.
I gotta stop by the store real quick.
That's where would you like that? Was or was not a report?
No report.
Looks like they issued another tornado warning. I'll have that in a second. Okay, that tornado warning is just northwest of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and it's radar indicated. So it's north of Columbia and northwest of Hattiesburg. Shit, I gotta get over here.
24055.
First red light we've had for a little while. Getting a little nervous that guy was going to slide over into my lane there. God dang it, freaking red light. I'm going to turn right on red, so I'm set.
We're still gathering additional information.
One further to head that way. Finding it happy.
Hi, go easy. Depends on the unknown.
Oh shit, I was supposed to turn there. Frick. We can make it. There we go.
Finding happy.
Dump closed already? Hope not. Alright, where the frick's my coat? It'll be in here somewhere. I haven't been putting my coat on when I get out because it's really not that cold out.
For copy, thank you.
God damn it.
Let me get a call, please.
Time now 17:59.
Alright, we gotta go into the pet store and get some, I don't know, I guess crickets for this freaking snake or whatever the hell it is. So we're gonna run inside here real quick, I guess. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Try to get the right stuff. Hold on a second.
2002 4th Street, ER, room 13, for a transport to St. Mary's, Madison. Patient is a 75-year-old female who has left arm weakness and an aortic dissection. Is on beta blockers. Your assignment is bring EMS, screen clear at 1801.
Alright. Hopefully we have signal in there. Where the hell I'm looking here. All they got are small ones. Is that gonna, I don't know, shit ton? 125. I don't know. I have no clue. All right, this place is a mess. Janesville. I don't know. Oh, I think these are not. Fuck it. Never mind. There's regular ones here. All right. Yeah. Will they take tap to pay? I don't have my fucking wallet. All right. Well, they better. Okay. Bye. Okay. Yeah, that's all good.
Phone number with us at all?
No.
All right, any interest in signing up? Your
Nope.
points get me out?
No, not today. Thanks, so.
Rate's going to be $9.29. It's going to ask if you'd like to donate to PetSmart charities.
All right.
All right, $9.29. Did you want a bag?
No, I'll be all right.
Receipt at all?
Nope.
All right, have a good one.
All right, you too.
Hello, find everything all right today?
That was great. Gross. Well, it stayed connected, it looks like, for the most part. That's good. Oh boy, here we go. Alright, let's run over to the Quick Trip and get a pizza. Cause Jesus Christ, I want to take this chick out here. I ran her ass over. Watch out, people. Zoom. Hold on, let me turn off traction control. I kind of want to, like, just floor it and see what happens here. Yeah, take the traction control off. Alright, let's make sure there's no cars to hit, no medians to hit. I kind of just want to, like... Holy shit, they need to plow their fucking parking lot, don't they? Oh, damn, I was trying to aim for that. That's okay. Fucking rock under that one. That sounded worse than it was. Is that ABS kicking on? No, there's a freaking, like a storm grate there that the wheels caught on. I saw a guy do that once and then curb the absolute shit out of it. Alright, well I guess their driveway or their parking lot's not as slippery as it looked. Traction control. That's the problem, is traction control. It's off, but it's not. There's like two traction controls on here. There's like traction control, and then there's a driver assist thing, and that keeps trying to kick on. Alright, so we'll go to Quick Trip now, again, for like the 5th time today. Sitting in these red lights in this town sometimes are awful, especially trying to go the other way. This should be the last stop I gotta make, I think. Definitely got more snow here in Janesville than I thought. I mean, you can just tell by the amount that's piled up on the sides there. There's been way more snow here than some of the other places we've been. And this place didn't even have the winter storm warning. Maybe they should have. Park by one of these garbage cans. Had a bunch of garbage in here. Let's grab all of the garbage. this. Hey, there's the drink that I dropped earlier. That, this. I'll be right back, folks. I'm not gonna take you in for this because I don't feel like juggling you, but I'll be right back. Just 1 second. I'm not buying alcohol, so don't even start. I gotta go to freaking Walmart. Totally forgot. A bunch of shit. Alright, folks, here's what I'm gonna do. This stuff's kind of winding down. I want to go and eat pizza at home or something at some point here. And I need to run to Walmart, and that's on the other freaking side of town. God dang it, I'm so pissed I drove right by it and forgot to stop. God, it pisses me off. Oh, I freaking hate that. That's cool, you know, don't turn your headlights on. It's not freaking dark out or anything, genius. Crying out loud, you gotta be kidding me. What is with people today? They don't even turn their headlights on when it's dark. So I'm gonna probably start getting wrapped up with this. Now, there is a possibility we might go live again later on. If we get another heavy snow band to move through, or to pick up or something, then I have no problem coming back out. But I think it's probably about time to fixing to get out of here. I think I'm gonna do something really illegal here. Ah, shit. Oh no. Whoops. Damn it. My stupid ass. I slid right through that do not, no drive across sign or whatever you want to call that. I'm so stupid. Ah, damn it. I had no control over my car. It's almost like that was a one-way for eternity, and the only way to get through is to sit through like 3 more stoplights. Damn it. That was so inconvenient. I'm so sorry, guys. I had no control over my car there. Damn, I'm so sorry. That was so irresponsible of me. I'll take better control of my car next time. But anyway, there may be a part 2 of this, which would occur maybe after like 9 or 10 p.m. But I'll kind of monitor for now. If you are new, please consider subscribing. It's free. You can also become a channel member if you want to support the channel on a monthly basis. You can also consider visiting our website, seethestorm.net. It is pinned in the chat comment, or the top comment in the chat. But it's been fun. I mean, this wasn't like a blockbuster snow event, but I tell you what, though, holy shit! Judging by the kind of lack of really a whole lot of stuff happening down south, I'm kind of glad that I stayed up here on the snow. So I think I made the right decision. So it makes me happy. Thanks, Darla. That fucking idiot. You guys saw that, right? That guy ran the shit out of that red light. People say my driving sucks. He had forever to stop, too.
St. Mary Street. For A unconscious, cross streets are 800, Parkview Drive and 800, Arthur Drive. Time now 1817.
And I tried to reach you on my portable, but all I get is power tools.
But thanks for riding along, folks. It's been fun. It was still worth being out. I mean, the snowfall totals are definitely there, and we've got probably another, 2 to 3 inches coming for all areas tonight. It's just, when we're talking, we've been live for about 8 hours, so we've had snow piling up for 8 hours. It's been a slow and steady pile up. Not like it was just an absolute dump.
Right before the 89, right by Walmart. Appears to be a pickup truck that's bounced off the cable barrier. Cover you something 28. Hey, Adam and Norax, X-ray 1164.
All right, folks, have a good night. Thanks for following along. And I would take you in here and stuff, but I'm trying to get something for Nikki that I don't want her to know I'm getting her, so that would totally defeat the purpose, because then she would know when I'm getting her. So thanks again. It's been fun. Appreciate you all and all your support. I would expect the next live stream to probably be Saturday by the looks of it. And thanks again for your support, and see you guys later. That girl needs to put some fucking clothes on. Oh my god. Oh, nice. All right, well, I see I haven't ended the stream yet. That comment was definitely made for myself, but it's definitely applicable to the public. Holy crap, girl. Put some frickin' clothes on. Jesus. Anyway, so I'm out of here. Have a good night. Thanks again. I will leave the stream up in the Radar Omega app. So if you want to watch on the wave, I'll have a little bit more after this. But I'm going to go ahead and wind down YouTube. Thanks again.